Hey guys, tonight we're slipping softly into a room where the wallpaper's faded, the air stings your face, and you're just starting to wake beneath blankets thicker than anything you've ever used in your current life. You might not believe this, but Victorians approach their morning habits almost like sacred rituals, and you're about to experience every odd moment before the ceremony even starts. The cold is already woven into it. You breathe in, and your breath mists before you, floating like a spectral ribbon in the pale morning glow. The room stays silent except for the soft ticking of a small brass clock you set on the mantel last night. All right? Before you settle in too deep, go ahead and hit that like button and subscribe, but only if it feels right to you. And like always, let me know where you're tuning in from and what hour it is where you are. It's one of my favourite things about creating these drowsy stories, watching all the scattered points of the world come together around a single bedtime instant. Lower the lights, get that fan running for some ambient sound, and let's ease into tonight's little journey. You remain motionless, sensing a delicate draft creeping beneath the door. The fire in the hearth died somewhere near 3 a.m, well before you stirred. It always does. This is Victorian winter, after all, and warming a bedroom was something only the extremely wealthy did consistently. Most folks simply accepted the cold the same way they accepted taxes and rumours. Unavoidable. You stretch one foot from under the blankets and immediately regret it because the floorboards under the bed could just as well be cut from a glacier. You push yourself upright and sense the air clinging to your flesh. It carries that keen metallic bite that only unheated rooms possess when the night has been especially cold. Victorians genuinely believed that waking in a crisp, frozen room kept the constitution robust, and physicians often insisted that bedrooms remain cool, sometimes even recommending that windows stay partially open overnight. You look toward yours, a narrow sash window streaked with ice crystals. You can't recall leaving it open, but someone definitely did. Your breath appears like steam in a railway station. For an instant you imagine yourself outside, breathing against the mist while waiting for the first early morning coach of the day. You brush away the thought as your eyes adapt to the subdued light. The room is plainly furnished, typical of the era because clutter was thought to trap stagnant air and illness. The single chair in the corner, the washstand, the wooden trunk and your small writing desk all resemble statues positioned on a museum floor. The first duty of the morning isn't shifting your body, it's persuading yourself to shift your body. Victorians held a peculiar pride in this instant of discomfort. Enduring the cold, welcoming it, was viewed as evidence of discipline. Some households even maintained the fires deliberately low at night so family members would wake with sharpness, thrust into them by the temperature. You swing your legs across the edge of the bed, dropping your feet until they touch the mercilessly cold wood. The shock races upward like a warning, but you continue forward. There's a small rug next to the washstand, its wool threads stiffened somewhat by the chill. You shuffle toward it, clasping your arms around yourself as you traverse the room. A faint trace of last night's coal hovers in the air, mixing with the smell of aged linen. It's familiar, strangely comforting and thoroughly Victorian. You approach the washstand and eye the porcelain basin. The water inside isn't frozen, but it has a delicate layer of ice around the edge, a reminder of how cold the house truly is. You'll need to handle that in the next segment of the morning ritual, but right now you're simply absorbing the reality of this frosted chamber. A peculiar little detail many visitors once commented upon surfaces in your mind. Some Victorians positioned slices of bread near the fireplace before bed to test how cold the room had become overnight. If the bread froze solid, they regarded it as healthfully invigorating. You observe your own breath turning to vapour again and think, by their measures, this room must be absolutely perfect. You stand quietly for an instant, listening. Somewhere downstairs, a servant is already stirring, coaxing the kitchen fire into existence. The day is beginning, whether you welcome it or not, and your own peculiar morning ritual is just starting. You linger there for an instant beside the washstand, allowing the cold to press against your flesh until it feels almost ordinary. This is how Victorians commence their mornings. Before the grooming, before the garments, before the rituals that would gradually draw them from the fog of waking. They believed the body required a small shock, something to remind it that life demanded effort. Some households went so far as to maintain tiny vents installed near the roofline to ensure a steady stream of outside air would drift in at night. You glance again at the frost on the window glass and can't help picturing the builder proudly explaining how proper ventilation would prevent fevers. You rub your arms to warm them and take a step toward the window. Each footfall is deliberate because every section of the floor is a different degree of cold. When you reach the sash, you notice condensation frozen in irregular patches. You run your finger along the edge, tracing the spiralling shapes the way a bored Victorian child might trace a lesson in a penmanship book. You lift the latch and gently push the window upward a few inches. A blade of morning air cuts straight across the room, sharper than anything inside. Victorians adored this. They believed morning air was pure, morally fortifying, almost medicinal. You feel it tug at your hair, pulling loose strands across your face while the curtain flutters like a startled bird. The street below is quiet, only a thin trail of smoke drifting from a nearby chimney. Somewhere far off, you catch the muted clatter of a milk cart. The city is waking in stages, and you are part of its earliest breath. You close the window halfway, not because you want the cold to end, but because standing here too long begins to sting your fingers. Back at your washstand, you notice the small ewer, a curved ceramic vessel decorated with little blue flowers. It's charming, but you know precisely what's inside. Water your servant brought up last night. It was already cold then. Now it's nearly frozen. Victorians often kept water in the bedroom overnight because fetching warm water in the morning was considered an extravagance. Even for wealthier families, hot water was a burden. Heating it required coal time and someone's labour, and morning rituals thrived on self-restraint. You touch the side of the ewer and wince. If this is the beginning, you can only imagine what the remainder of the day will demand of you. People often joked, quietly, and never in the presence of stern relatives, that a Victorian morning was a test of endurance disguised as a routine. Some even claimed the cold helped tighten the pores, an idea borrowed partly from hydrotherapy tracts and partly from household folklore. It didn't matter whether it was accurate. It mattered that people believed it. You glance back at the bed. For a fleeting instant, you consider diving under the blankets again. They're still creased from where your body was lying, still holding the faint warmth you left behind. It would be so simple to curl up, pretend you hadn't woken yet, and hope the rest of the house forgets you. But no Victorian would do that, not unless they were sick or catastrophically lazy. Staying in bed past sunrise was practically a moral failing, the kind neighbours quietly gossiped about. So you pull yourself upright, straighten your spine, and breathe out a steady stream of mist. That's when you hear a soft knock on your door. 3 gentle taps. It's the signal that someone has left a small jug of fresh coal in the hallway for you to use later. Not enough to warm the bedroom, but enough to rekindle the sitting room fire. Downstairs, you picture the servant making her way through the corridor, shoulders wrapped in a shawl, moving from room to room with practiced silence. Her day began long before yours. You turn toward the basin again. The water gleams under the weak morning light. Everything in this room seems to whisper the same message. You're awake now. Time to begin. And as peculiar as it seems, this frosted chamber, this cold that spreads across your flesh, is the foundation of every ritual the Victorians believed made their mornings complete. You inhale once more. The next step awaits. You brace yourself over the washstand, knowing precisely what comes next, yet somehow still unprepared. The porcelain basin stares back at you like a pale, icy mirror. You can almost feel the cold radiating upward before you even reach for the ewer. Victorian mornings were constructed around this moment, the shock of cold water that snapped you awake faster than any modern alarm clock. You take a long breath, steadying yourself as the air needles your lungs. You lift the ewer with both hands. It's heavier than it appears, and the chill of the ceramic bites instantly into your palms. Inside, the water moves sluggishly, almost syrup-thick from the night cold. You pour it into the basin, and as the stream hits porcelain, it makes a sound like shattered glass. A thin cloud of icy vapour curls upward, brushing your face as though warning you of what's approaching. Victorians believed cold water toughened the body, sharpened the mind, cleared the complexion, and prevented moral laxity. Yes, they tied discipline and temperature together like two sides of the same coin. You lean forward, feeling the steamless air prickle your cheeks. When you finally dip your fingers in, your skin recoils as if you've touched pure winter. This water isn't just cold, it's punishing. But you clench your teeth and splash it onto your face. It hits with a jolt so sharp your eyes snap fully open. For an instant, everything around you brightens, as if the room itself appears clearer. Victorians swore by this sensation. Writers of household manuals claimed morning cold water washing could fortify the nerves, a phrase repeated so often it became almost a slogan of the era. You reach for the small towel, thin, scratchy, and never as absorbent as you want it to be. You pat your cheeks with movements that are half disciplined, half desperate. Droplets run down your neck, chilling the collarbone beneath your nightshirt. Somewhere in this mess of discomfort, you realise the ritual is working. You're awake now, fully, undeniably awake. A curious detail surfaces in your mind. Some enthusiasts of the water cure recommended not just face washing but full dousing every morning, even in winter. They described it as a cleansing of the inner fire, a phrase so poetic you almost forget how miserable it must have been. Pamphlets sold in railway kiosks insisted that cold water drove illnesses back into dormancy, as though disease itself feared the sensation. You splash your face again, imagining those old pamphlets fluttering in the hands of eager converts. By the second round, you begin to sense the transition the Victorians talked about, the strange shift from pain to clarity, from shock to alertness. Your skin tingles, your blood thrums beneath the surface, and the cold no longer feels like punishment. It feels like permission to start the day. You dip your hands a final time, holding them below the surface long enough that the ache settles into your bones. Then you lift them, watching pale water drip from your fingers. You feel sharper, more awake, more present in the room. Even the frost on the window seems brighter, as if applauding you. You step back and reach for the towel, pressing it softly against your cheeks. Water clings to your jawline, stubborn droplets that need gentle coaxing before they'll let go. The Victorians understood this kind of attention to detail. A well-washed face meant more than just being clean. It spoke to your moral fibre. Their household guides insisted that anyone who skipped their morning wash risked falling into slovenliness, sickness, or even, strangely enough, depression. Your eyes drift back to the basin one last time. Tiny ice crystals are already forming at the water's edge. By afternoon, the whole thing will be frozen solid if nobody moves it, but right now it just sits there like a finished task, waiting to be acknowledged. You've gotten through the first challenge of the day, that brutal cold water jolt, and the room seems to recognise this small triumph. The clock's ticking sounds almost friendly now. The weak light feels a touch warmer, and you notice that internal shift every Victorian counted on, the moment when your body decides it's actually ready to face what comes next. Gradually, the morning starts to feel like it belongs to you. You lean in again, letting the last traces of freezing water dry from your skin while the room quiets around you. The cold has left your senses unnaturally sharp and focused. Even the dull wood grain on the washstand seems unusually vivid now. Victorians valued exactly this sensation, this mental clarity that only came after forcing yourself through cold water at sunrise. They didn't just endure the shock, they believed in it. For them, it marked the line between night's softness and the obligation-filled morning that lay ahead. You pause to examine the basin more closely. The water has gone perfectly still, turning into a flawless mirror, reflecting pale grey light. Victorian instruction manuals often suggested studying your face in the basin's reflection instead of using the wall mirror, claiming the water showed a more truthful image. You give it a try. Your features distort slightly, rippling whenever a draft sneaks through the cracked window. It's a gentle reminder that nothing in a Victorian house ever stayed completely motionless. Everything responded to the cold. Next to the basin, you spot a small object you missed before, a yellowish lump of soap wrapped in thin paper. You unfold it to find a hard, densely packed bar filled with tallow, lye, and the subtle smell of lavender. Most Victorian soap carried either a harsh or overpoweringly strong scent because perfumers layered heavy floral oils over the base ingredients. Some people actually griped that their morning wash left them smelling too much like a garden, and apparently that wasn't meant as a compliment. You dampen the bar slightly, rubbing it between your hands until a thin, resistant lather starts to form. It's nothing like the foam you're used to. This requires real work, persistence, and accepting that your fingers are going to get impossibly slippery. You spread the soap along your jaw and neck, following the technique old household manuals recommended, upward strokes to promote youthfulness, even though nobody could really explain the logic behind it. When you wash the soap off, the cold water hits again, sending quick shivers racing down your back. But something's different now. The second shock doesn't feel quite as harsh. It feels almost deserved. Some late 19th century households pushed this routine even further. They kept a small tin of powdered alum next to the basin, adding a pinch to tighten the skin. Writers claimed it made your face look fresher, though others joked, only half kidding, that it just made the cold even more unbearable. The thinking went that discomfort meant discipline, and discipline meant virtue. No surprise this morning wash carried such ritualistic importance. You grab the towel again, running it across your face until every cold drop is gone. It's a thin towel, barely softened by repeated use. Victorian linens didn't fluff up or absorb moisture the way modern towels do. Instead, they left you feeling slightly abraded, as though reminding you that life itself came with a certain roughness. You press the fabric to your cheeks, breathing in its faint smell of starch, coal smoke, and last week's lingering lavender water. Behind you, the window pane creaks softly as wind pushes against it. You turn to watch the frost patterns shimmer, their delicate branches catching whatever meagre light this overcast morning provides. Victorian artists sometimes sketched these frost ferns in their notebooks, believing they revealed cold's hidden geometry. It sounds romantic, maybe overdramatic, but standing here watching the patterns move, you understand why the notion appealed to people. Your hands are still tingling from the frigid water. It's an odd feeling, half discomfort, half energy. This was part of the attraction too. Cold water wasn't only about getting clean, it was a statement of preparedness, a symbolic moment where you demonstrated to yourself that you could handle the morning and whatever demands it brought. You take one final look at the basin, now holding faint soap residue and a thin crust of ice forming along its rim. It represents both the ending and the starting point of this Victorian morning ceremony. You've crossed the threshold from sleep to waking. The cold has accomplished its purpose. Now the next obligation awaits. The careful grooming, the taming of hair that needs to look presentable before anyone else in the house lays eyes on you. You square your shoulders. The day has officially started, and you've cleared the second hurdle. You turn away from the basin, your skin still prickling, and face the small, unsteady mirror sitting on the washstand. The glass is somewhat warped, standard for this time period, so your reflection curves at the edges, making you look faintly dramatic, as if you've wandered onto a dim Victorian stage instead of just standing in an ordinary bedroom. Your hair is a softened mess from sleep, flattened on one side, sticking up in rebellious clumps on the other. During this era, hair wasn't simply hair. It was evidence of propriety, self-discipline and social position. And this morning, yours looks like it launched an uprising while you were unconscious. You reach for the comb resting beside the basin. It's fashioned from dark horn, cool and sleek against your fingertips. Victorian combs often balanced odd combinations of practicality and emotion. Some were family heirlooms, others given as courtship gifts. This one is plain and genuinely functional, exactly what you'd find in a middle-class bedroom where usefulness mattered more than style. You run your thumb along its teeth, noticing how uneven they feel compared to modern versions. Hand-carved, slightly flawed, a bit like this whole room. A strand of hair falls forward over your forehead and you tuck it back behind your ear. When you make the first pass, the comb catches almost immediately. Victorian hair oil was a daily requirement for precisely this reason. Without some glossing product, Macassar oil being the infamous favourite, hair simply wouldn't cooperate. You glance at the small bottle sitting near the washstand's edge. Its cork stopper has darkened from years of handling, and the oily contents glow amber in the morning light. One tiny drop would smooth everything out. The problem is, Macassar oil could stain whatever it contacted. This led to creating the anti-Macassar, those little white cloths draped on chairbacks to protect upholstery. You think about all the antimacassars you've seen in paintings and museum displays and suddenly feel fresh sympathy for the furniture. You tilt the bottle carefully, catching just enough oil on your fingertip to work into your hair ends. The smell is vaguely floral, vaguely medicinal. Victorian perfumers used actual plant extracts, so nothing ever smelled identical from one batch to another. You work it through the strands carefully. Even with the small amount, your fingers turn slick and the comb moves more smoothly. Now you watch as your reflection transforms, smoothing, settling, becoming more like the version of yourself you're supposed to show the world. In wealthier homes, hair grooming was a miniature ceremony. Ladies' maids might spend 30 minutes smoothing braids, arranging curls, pinning elaborate styles meant to impress nobody except other household members. Men, meanwhile, might use pomades made from beeswax or bear grease, a phrase that sounds absurd until you remember it was completely genuine. For people without servants, though, the process was solitary, quiet, and often accompanied by the minor discomforts of drafty rooms and stiff fingers. Your scalp warms as you keep combing. Each stroke feels like it draws you more solidly into the day, as though untangling your hair untangles your thoughts along with it. Victorians believed that morning grooming wasn't just physical upkeep, it was moral preparation. One writer actually insisted that anyone who combed their hair without rushing or vanity was better prepared to resist the temptations of laziness. You think about that for a moment, wondering how many temptations laziness really offered in a house this freezing. You lift the comb again, pulling it through the back of your hair, where the strands tangle most stubbornly. The friction generates a whisper of warmth along your scalp, spreading outward in a way that feels surprisingly comforting. The mirror fogs slightly where your breath touches the lower part, and you wipe it clear with a quick swipe of your hand. For a heartbeat, the glass clears and you see yourself not as a modern visitor stuck in someone else's routine, but as a genuine Victorian person struggling with unruly hair before entering a world controlled by unspoken expectations. There's a small detail you've only just registered. Next to the oil bottle sits a short, stiff brush with boar bristles. Some Victorian grooming manuals recommended brushing your hair exactly 100 times each morning to stimulate the roots. You imagine the time, the patience, the arm strength that would demand, and decide that a few extra comb passes will have to suffice. When you're finished, your hair lies flatter, smoother, more controlled. You set the comb down deliberately, lining it up with the washstand's edge the way many Victorians did out of quiet routine. The room still feels freezing, but something inside you has shifted again. The ritual has served its function. The day is building momentum, and you can feel the next expectation hovering just beyond sight. It's time to deal with the rest of yourself. You rest the comb on the washstand and turn toward the small grooming items arranged beside it, each one positioned with almost ritualistic precision. Victorians loved morning order, small, reliable ceremonies that made sense of a world filled with coal smoke, unpredictable weather, and work's relentless pace. You pick up a narrow-handled brush first, its bore bristles dark and somewhat uneven. It feels solid, almost stubborn, like something designed not just to manage hair but to remind you that grooming demanded dedication. You bring the brush to your scalp and start with slow strokes. The bristles pull with a pleasant coarseness, awakening patches of skin the cold water didn't fully reach. The movement sends a ripple of warmth down your spine, the kind that feels more earned than given. Victorians swore by brushing not just for styling hair, but for improving blood flow. Some guides insisted that morning brushing activated the humours, a phrase written so confidently you imagine many readers agreed despite having no clue what the humours actually meant. As you brush, small curls of hair drift in soft loops across your shoulders. They settle like quiet reminders of the night, sleep's restlessness, its compression, the strange patterns pressed into the pillow. Victorians often slept wearing nightcaps to prevent exactly this issue, especially those concerned about drafts or hair damage. You glance at the peg on the wall where a nightcap might have hung, imagining it fluttering slightly each time the window rattled. You're glad you didn't wear one. It would have added another layer to this morning ceremony you're not certain you could manage. The brush snags slightly on a knot near your neck's base, and you pause, working it free with careful fingers. The sensation is unexpectedly anchoring. You wonder how many mornings Victorian men spent untangling these same persistent knots before applying pomade, smoothing everything into a controlled shape meant to announce reliability and respectability at a glance. Grooming wasn't vanity, it was communication. A small side drawer in the washstand catches your attention. You slide it open and discover a thin tin case inside. You pop the lid, revealing a tiny collection of grooming tools, scissors, a miniature razor, tweezers with stiff joints. They look delicate but serious, the kind of objects meant to be handled with genuine concentration. Victorians often kept sets like this for morning adjustments because hair, whether facial or otherwise, was always expected to comply. You lift the tweezers first. Their metal feels cold, sharper than anticipated. They were commonly used for stray hairs on the face or to manage the faint fuzz along the forehead's sides. Guides warned against excessive use, claiming too much plucking could invite immoderate regrowth, a phrase that somehow sounds both threatening and completely fabricated. You laugh quietly to yourself and return the tweezers to their spot. Then your hand moves to the razor. It's small, thin, and almost toy-like, but its blade carries a quiet danger. Many Victorians sharpened razors every few days, often using a leather strop hung on a door's back or from a bedpost. The rhythmic swipe, swipe, swipe of blade against leather was part of countless morning routines. Some journals even describe the sound as soothing. You run your thumb gently along the back edge, never the blade itself, and imagine that slow sharpening ritual. But your task this morning isn't shaving. It's simply acknowledging the tools that kept Victorian hair and dignity in check. You close the tin and shift your attention back to the mirror. Your reflection no longer looks chaotic. Instead, it carries the softness of neat order. Your hair rests cleanly against your face, and the slight sheen from the oil catches the dim morning light. You look composed, maybe even respectable by Victorian measures. A small, almost amusing thought crosses your mind. Some households kept a special haircloth, a square of linen, to catch loose strands during grooming, believing it prevented birds from stealing them for nests. The reasoning was that if a bird used your hair, you'd suffer headaches, completely unscientific, unquestionably superstitious, and yet widely repeated. You look at the loose hairs on the washstand and picture a determined sparrow flying off with them, constructing the most disciplined nest in the entire neighbourhood. You sweep the hairs into your palm and drop them quietly into a small waste bowl beside the dresser. The mirror fogs again as you exhale, but this time you don't clear it. Your reflection stays there, softened by breath mist, framed by the cold. Your scalp feels warm now. Your hair lies peaceful. And the room, still freezing, no longer feels like an opponent. That's the essence of Victorian mornings. Each ritual pulled you a bit more firmly into yourself. Each small action trimmed away sleep's rough edges and shaped you into someone ready to step beyond the bedroom. And now that you look appropriate, the next ritual beckons. You step away from the mirror, hair neatly controlled for now, and reach for the small box of tooth powder resting near the washstand. This too is part of the Victorian morning sequence, an oddly delicate ritual that exists somewhere between hygiene and mysticism. You lift the lid and find a pale mixture, finely ground, smelling faintly of mint but carrying an unmistakable chalky undertone. Toothpaste in tubes won't appear until later in the century. For now, powders dominate the washstand, each claiming to whiten, strengthen, brighten or fortify gums with a confidence not always justified. You dip the dampened tip of your finger into the powder, coating it with a thin layer that sticks stubbornly to your skin. Some Victorians used small brushes, others simply used cloth. You press the powder to your teeth, rubbing gently at first, then more firmly as you feel the gritty texture working across the enamel. It tastes somewhat bitter, somewhat metallic, nothing like the soft coolness of modern toothpaste. This mixture likely contains precipitated chalk, some baking soda, maybe powdered charcoal, and, if whoever made it felt ambitious, a pinch of crushed orris root for fragrance. You lean over the basin, rubbing the powder across each tooth with small circular movements. The chalkiness coats your mouth, and for a moment you taste something earthy, like damp stone freshly pulled from a riverbed. That's the charcoal, an old familiar ingredient many Victorians believed could extract impurities. You've heard of households where people used nothing but burned breadcrumbs for tooth cleaning, scraping carbonized crusts into a fine dust and storing them in little paper envelopes. A frugal idea, but hardly enjoyable. The mirror shows your cheeks pulled tight with effort as you work the powder into the back molars. Victorians took this surprisingly seriously. A clean mouth wasn't just about health, but evidence of good breeding. Some etiquette books warned that foul breath was the enemy of pleasant society, a phrase that feels more theatrical than necessary, but you respect their commitment. You rinse your mouth with a splash of the coldest water remaining in the basin, and your entire upper body jolts again, as if the house itself insists on reminding you what century you're inhabiting. As the taste lingers, you reach for a second remedy still common during the period, a stick of licorice root. Long before breath mints, Victorians chewed these fibrous sticks to freshen their breath. You pick one up from a small jar near the washstand, noticing how dry it feels, like an old twig. You bring it to your teeth, biting down until the fibres soften. The taste is sharp, earthy, sweet, somewhat strange. It blends with the minty chalk from the powder, creating a combination that isn't exactly pleasant but feels oddly invigorating. You chew until the fibres fray into a small brush shape, exactly how people used it to scrub between teeth. Every bite squeaks faintly, like a creaking floorboard. A peculiar Victorian belief resurfaces in your thoughts. Breath could be improved by chewing parsley leaves dipped in vinegar each morning. Some households swore by it, others used cloves or cinnamon quills. There were even those who believed swallowing a single clove before breakfast kept unwelcome humours away. Breath was practically a battlefield, fought with a mixture of science, superstition, and whatever happened to grow in the kitchen garden. You examine the licorice twig again, its fibres dark and messy. The act of chewing has warmed your jaw, loosened the early morning stiffness, and awakened a surprising sense of readiness. Victorians valued this moment, the subtle shift when the mouth felt clean enough to start speaking, giving directions, or greeting family members without embarrassment. Clean teeth signalled control. Clean breath showed discipline. And discipline, naturally, was the ruling virtue of the age. Still, there were stranger practices. Some enthusiasts brushed their teeth with cuttlefish bone ground into powder. Others rinsed with brandy or diluted ammonia. You try to imagine waking every day and swishing ammonia around your mouth for brightness, as one pamphlet suggested. The thought alone makes you stand taller, grateful for your mild licorice twig. You lean over the basin again, spit gently, and rinse your mouth with another splash of icy water. The cold stings your gums, but the shock completes the ritual. Your jaw relaxes. Your mouth feels unexpectedly sharp, as though every taste bud is fully awake. Tooth powders, strange though they are, have fulfilled their purpose. You wipe your lips with the towel's edge and let out a slow breath. It curls faintly in front of you, misting the glass once more. You watch the fog bloom, then fade, leaving your reflection crisp and alert behind it. The grooming, the powders, the strange herbal sticks, they all serve the same function, anchoring you firmly in the morning. And now, with your mouth tingling and your breath cooled by mint and licorice, you sense the next, more demanding ritual approaching. Something tighter, something more exacting. The corset is waiting. You place the licorice stick down, savouring that final hint of its woody sweetness, while frigid air from the partially opened window rushes through the space once more. It intensifies everything, stripping away the lingering chalkiness of the tooth powder from your palate and leaving your mouth fresh, nearly stark. Victorians would have welcomed this feeling. It conveyed precision, cleanliness, a preparation to greet the morning without a whisper of indulgence. Next to the wash basin sits a small carved wooden container adorned with intricate flower patterns. You open it carefully, discovering clove and cinnamon sticks wrapped in delicate tissue. These served as the Victorian version of breath fresheners, carried quietly in pockets, slipped into small purses, or stored in bedside compartments for precisely this phase of the morning. You select a single clove, turning it between your fingertips before positioning it softly against your rear molars. The aroma is intense, unmistakably pungent, nearly antiseptic. As it starts to warm beneath your tongue, it yields a spicy bitterness that moves through your mouth with gradual intensity. Victorians believed cloves provided far more than pleasant breath. Some maintained they fortified the gums. Others, that they soothed anxiety or elevated the vital energies. You're uncertain about energies, but the immediate warmth spreading across your tongue definitely awakens something within you. You allow the taste to deepen, observing how it transforms the powdery coolness into a steady, measured heat. The experience is strangely gratifying, similar to confronting the cold water earlier, except this time from within. A small ceramic cup draws your eye. Inside, it holds diluted vinegar, slightly murky and unmistakably acidic. Many Victorians gargled with vinegar water each morning, trusting it warded off sore throats, firmed gums, and cleansed breath. Some even applied it to their toothbrush or washing cloth to amplify the purification. You lift the cup, draw it near your mouth, and breathe in. The acrid scent climbs into your nasal passages in a manner that feels both startling and energizing. You take a cautious sip, rinse it gently, and instantly feel the burn radiating across your gums. It isn't enjoyable, but it does feel powerful. In the same manner that standing unshod on the frozen floor feels powerful, It captures your focus, your engagement, your readiness to accept discomfort as righteousness. You bend over the wash basin and expel it, observing the pale fluid circle momentarily before stilling. Your mouth now contains a peculiar balance of sensations. The diminishing heat of the clove, the sour bite of the vinegar, and the subtle sweetness of the licorice root you consumed before. It's a mixture no contemporary breath freshener could duplicate, and yet it feels authentically Victorian, like entering a part you hadn't realised you'd been assigned. An interesting notion enters your mind. Some Victorians maintained little tablets called pearl drops, crafted from gum arabic, blended with flower essences. They melted gradually in the mouth and were rumoured to be the key to proper breath among the respectable middle classes. You picture holding one of those refined spheres on your tongue while travelling a packed morning train or welcoming visitors in the parlour. Breath in this period was a social responsibility. You dab the edge of your mouth with a cloth, noticing how the material scratches just slightly. That coarseness, combined with the chill of the space, produces a sensation that feels intensely authentic, as if your body is rousing from several directions simultaneously. The final element in the breath ceremony is concealed behind a small container, a sprig of dried mint foliage. These were frequently steeped into gentle teas, but some individuals simply chewed them outright. You retrieve one fragile leaf and compress it between your fingers until it yields somewhat, then rest it on your tongue. The flavour is subtle, scarcely present, but it contributes just enough freshness to soften the harshness of the vinegar and clove. For Victorians who lacked funds for purchased powders or elaborate tablets, mint leaves were the practical answer. You let the leaf disintegrate slowly, appreciating the closing touch of the ceremony. The space feels somewhat brighter now, or perhaps your senses simply feel more conscious. Morning preparation was never merely about hygiene. It was about constructing yourself, piece by piece, into the form of you that could enter the world with assurance. As you remain there, breath purified and senses heightened, you contemplate one of the more unusual Victorian convictions, that a clean mouth indicated a clear mind. Some guidebooks even stated that a stale breath predicted a troubled disposition. It sounds excessive, but in the framework of this morning, this progression of cold water, texture, sting and intensity, you start to grasp what they intended. The atmosphere changes. A gentle breeze from the window raises a lock of hair against your face. Your breath feels airy now, almost frigid. You are, by every Victorian standard, prepared to speak, prepared to acknowledge, prepared to continue, and right on schedule, because the next ceremony is not mild whatsoever. It's the ceremony that alters your entire form, restructures your bearing, and proclaims your position in society. The instant you leave the room, corset hour has come. You remain there for a beat, allowing the last trace of mint float across your tongue, while your breath spirals faintly into the cold atmosphere. Your mouth feels crisp, your senses keen, and then, like a subtle rhythm beneath the morning, you sense it. The recognition, the understanding, the ceremony that characterises the Victorian form far more than any tooth powder or licorice stick ever managed. Corset moment. The piece rests on the seat near your bed, arranged with the exactness of someone readying for conflict. A corset isn't something you merely put on. It's something you confront: the polished whalebone strips, the solid stitching, the extended laces hanging like the appendage of some graceful animal. All of it possesses a certain weight. In the Victorian perspective, this wasn't a simple garment. It was the framework of the form, a declaration of restraint, self-mastery, bearing and decency, all compressed into a single shape. You move toward it, sensing the temperature fall again as your naked feet touch the cold wooden planks. Corsets were used by both sexes, though women bore them far more rigorously and far more restrictively. You raise the piece with both palms. It feels substantial, firmer than you anticipated, even after everything you've studied about them. The shaped boning chills your hands, as though the corset has been absorbing the coldness of the room within its construction. You position it up against your body, envisioning the shape you're about to take. Victorians believed bearing exposed nature. A rigid spine indicated restraint. A compressed waist implied moral strength. And therefore, every morning, innumerable people reformed their forms to satisfy society's demands. You can already sense your shoulders straightening simply from the expectation. You wind the corset around yourself deliberately. The cloth presses against your sides, cool and firm. You insert your arms through the bands of the shoulder supports, if this specific style includes them, and draw each side together. The clasps at the front must secure first, one after another, like closing the entrance of a small metal enclosure. Each fastener clicks into position with slight metallic opposition. The piece embraces your ribs loosely initially, but the actual constriction hasn't even started. You rotate to face the window, allowing what minimal light penetrates the room direct your fingers to the ties at the rear. Most Victorians didn't fasten themselves. It demanded assistance from a relative or a domestic. But many individuals did master tightening the initial few tugs alone, and you replicate their method. Now you draw the middle sections, sensing the looseness contract inward. The corset adjusts, positioning into place, enclosing around you with the unmistakable feeling of being contained. Your breathing intensifies, not agonizingly yet, but perceptibly. This is the start. A curious Victorian detail enters your consciousness. Some families believed that fastening a corset before cleansing one's face guaranteed a more erect spirit throughout the day. Others maintained that relaxing a corset before evening allowed the heart to express its twilight emotions, fully unscientific, completely lyrical, and yet, examining your reflection in the slightly clouded mirror, you can nearly conceive it. You draw again. The piece resists. The narrow waist it offers is not a fantasy. It's a compromise. Your form encounters its boundaries. The corset proposes new ones. Gradually, the waist starts to define itself. Your backbone straightens, your shoulders rise. The cold in the room seems more remote, as though the corset itself functions like a barrier against the chill. You stop for a beat, sensing your pulse flutter softly against the boning. Victorians wore corsets far more loosely in the morning, before securing fully after clothing. The notion was to transition the body into the form it would maintain all day. You trace your fingers along the rear ties, checking the tension. You're not even near Victorian expectations yet, and already your breathing deepens. Not because you cannot breathe, but because the piece forces each inhale into a different cadence. A corset doesn't prevent breath, it rechannels it. You reach for a low seat, bracing yourself as you lower for a moment. Sitting while partially fastened is its own sensation. Your spine feels like a pillar, your ribs mildly compressed, your waist contracting inside the solid grip of stitched whalebone. This piece controls your bearing. Every movement becomes calculated. Even the air circulation through the room seems to shift differently. When you sit up this erect, another peculiar historical fact surfaces. Some corsets contained tiny concealed compartments sewn into the fabric for mementos, fragrance pouches, or even small written encouragements. You envision someone placing a lavender bundle inside, wishing the scent would counter the persistent smell of coal fumes they'd encounter outside. Running your fingers along the interior fabric, you half anticipate discovering a secret of your own. You don't, but the idea remains. You stand gradually, allowing the corset to adjust around you. It's only partly secured, yet it has already changed the morning. Every feeling from the cold on your shoulders to the gentle touch of your hair against your neck, feels more acute, more purposeful. The piece requires consciousness. It requires attention. And now, before the ultimate tightening, you recognize that the most personal segment of the ceremony is about to happen. The segment that genuinely reshapes your figure and thoughts, identifies you as conscious, equipped and ready for the Victorian day. The ties remain behind you like waiting fingers. You stand completely motionless, palms resting gently on the half-secured ties, sensing the corset's initial hold settle against your ribs. The room is silent except for a remote clatter from below, coal being moved probably, or the sound of vessels warming on the kitchen stove. In that quietness, you feel enveloped by ceremony. Every item in the room seems to incline toward you, anticipating this next segment, the tightening, the moulding, the conversion that Victorians regarded not as style, but as obligation. You take a deep breath, sensing how the corset directs your lungs sideways and skyward, rather than deep into the abdomen. It modifies the way the air travels through you. It modifies the way your shoulders settle. It even modifies the way you consider standing. This is the moment most Victorians didn't accomplish alone. Someone would pull the ties with a rehearsed tempo, drawing from the middle, then the lower section, then the upper section, securing each area with silent command. Since you have no maidservant or attendant waiting in the darkness, you imitate the movements as well as you can. You reach behind you and grasp both middle sections in hand. The first pull is remarkably soft. The second is different. The corset contracts inward like a precisely trained force. Your waist reduces. The material holds you with renewed determination. A soft creaking emerges from the whalebone passages as they conform to the form you're assuming. Whalebone baleen, specifically, was valued for its combination of pliability and durability. It could bend around the form, but return to position immediately. You experience that elasticity now, a gentle but solid opposition that reminds you the piece is performing exactly what it was created to do. You pull once more. This instance, the compression wraps more thoroughly, like an embrace that is both sustaining and inflexible. Victorians seldom tight-laced for morning attire. That severe practice was primarily reserved for significant occasions or formal appearances. Still, the outline mattered. A sleek, regulated waist was deemed respectable. Even morning dresses were designed to fit over corsets. You sense the piece guide your spine into a lengthy, refined curve, encouraging you taller without demanding. The result isn't agony, it's exactness. As you modify the ties near the lower spine, you recall a peculiar historical account. Some corsets were marketed with tiny chimes stitched into the fabric, so a servant could detect if the wearer attempted to loosen them during the day. Whether this was ever widespread is questionable, but Victorians appreciated the tale enough that it surfaces in multiple household humour pieces. You imagine yourself settling down after midday meal, attempting to steal a moment of ease, only to hear the betraying ring of deception. You're thankful yours holds no such chimes. Another pull. The corset contracts. The form sharpens. The heat beneath your skin rises in opposition to the frozen air touching your shoulders. This tension, cold space, heated form, solid boning becomes its own peculiar environment. You start to comprehend why some Victorian journal writers described fastening up as establishing the self within its day's limits. There's a mental component you didn't anticipate, the sensation of being outlined, organised, placed into structure. You shift your hands to the uppermost rows of ties. These regulate the upper chest, subtly raising the bust and directing bearing. You pull carefully, consistently. Your shoulders rotate back even more. The piece encourages the collarbones skyward, producing that balanced, elegant carriage observed in numerous Victorian images. You release carefully and sense how the air exits differently, more slowly, more narrowly, as though the corset refines even your exhalation. Once the upper section is formed, you secure the bottom area, the one Victorians termed the hip spring. This segment expands softly over the hips, producing the graceful distinction between slim waist and voluminous skirts. It isn't limiting, actually. It provides steadiness, permitting weight to spread more uniformly. As you move, you pass your hand along the rounded seams, sensing the careful stitching. This corset was constructed with precision. Someone invested hours directing needle through material securing passages, inserting ties, all to ready you for this precise moment. When you fasten the closing knot at the rear, circling the ties twice and pulling them tight, the transformation becomes obvious. Your bearing is more erect, your motion more gradual, more intentional. Even the way the covering draped over the seat appears different from your altered perspective, more distinctly angled, more arranged. The corset has not simply reshaped your form, it has reshaped the space. You move a few paces, evaluating the adjustment. Each action is exact, as though your body parts have to request approval before shifting. But the feeling is reassuring too. The corset upholds you not like a cushion, but like a structure. A Victorian form wasn't intended to sink into pliancy in the morning. It was intended to ascend, support, display. You position once more before the mirror. The change is undeniable. Your waist narrows, your spine creates a lengthy, elegant line. Your shoulders possess a silent confidence. A touch of pink colours your cheeks from the mild effort. You appear controlled, appropriate, prepared. For Victorians, this was the instant the self became acceptable, the instant private slumber receded and public character assumed its position. You take a breath, restricted, directed, cultured, and acknowledge that Victorian morning ceremonies were never simply about looks. They were foundation for the thoughts, forming, bearing, thinking, and temperament in one unbroken sequence. You place your fingertips lightly on the corset's construction, allowing its framework to integrate into you completely. And precisely when your breathing discovers its altered tempo, you understand the next ceremony beckons, one concerning not the corset, but the atmosphere surrounding you. It's moment to welcome the morning inside. You pass your fingers one final time along the corset construction, sensing the silent strength holding you vertical, and then you advance toward the window. The frame sits half raised from before, its ice-outlined borders capturing the gentle grey illumination of a Victorian morning. The atmosphere flowing through that opening is colder than anything within the space, keener, cleaner, like an edge sharpened overnight. Victorians cherished this feeling. They regarded morning atmosphere a remedy, a purifier, a moral cleanser that eliminated the weight of slumber and prepared the form for responsibility. You clasp the wooden structure, stabilize yourself, and lift the window up higher. The surge of atmosphere inundates the space immediately raising your hair, sweeping the delicate cotton of your undergarment against your skin, and triggering an automatic shiver down your spine. Even with the corset maintaining you solid, the cold penetrates through its construction, spiraling around your ribs with crafty persistence. It rouses every portion of you. Somewhere beneath, the chimney releases a slim column of smoke, pale as silk thread. A lamplighter in the expanse is dousing the final of the street lamps remaining lit through daybreak. The sound of iron-edged wheels resonates from a wagon moving slowly over stone pavement. Life is awakening, and this cold wind of the city is its initial salutation. Victorians trusted deeply in ventilation, particularly in the morning. The concept, founded on the ancient miasma notion, maintained that foul air accumulated during the night and required to be expelled by fresh outside atmosphere. Households raised windows devotedly, even in cold months. Some physicians demanded 10 complete minutes of open window atmosphere before clothing. Others advocated full-space currents, asserting they prevented sickness by eliminating invisible dangers. You remain there, permitting the current penetrate through the space, sensing how it touches at your recently tightened waist and stiffened spine. You shut your eyes for an instant, permitting the cold bathe over your features. It resembles the morning's subsequent jolt, where the wash basin water struck you abruptly and momentarily. This atmosphere persists, sweeps, combines with your breathing. It shifts with you into your chest, across your windpipe, out again in a soft cloud. Victorians frequently observed that inhaling morning atmosphere sharpened the thoughts, and you can recognise how the frozen bite demands a certain awareness, a certain vigilance you can't disregard. You press your palms against the windowsill, noticing how the paint has fractured from years of freezing and thawing. The wood underneath feels cold and alive. Gradually you lean closer, just enough to catch the street's scent. Wet stone, traces of coal, and something earthy drifting from a nearby courtyard garden. Nothing smells contemporary. Even the air carries texture, density, a faint grittiness from the soot lingering in every corner of a Victorian city. A peculiar custom comes to mind. Some households hung blankets or sheets from the window each morning to freshen them in the frigid air. Not washing, just airing. Servants would shake them forcefully so the frost could eliminate the bad vapours. You can almost see yourself gripping the corner of a wool blanket, letting it billow in the open frame while tiny frozen moisture crystals scatter into the courtyard like sparkling powder. You remain there longer than anticipated because the cold begins to transform from sting to sharpness. It's as if the air scrapes off the final haze of sleep, sharpening your awareness. People often misjudge how Victorian mornings felt because they picture gentle lamplight and cosy fireplaces. The reality is reversed. These rooms woke you with cold severity and structure, not warmth. A peculiar detail tugs at your consciousness. Some self-proclaimed health reformers in the 1880s claimed that standing before an open window for several minutes every morning trained the body in bravery. They documented it as though courage were a muscle developed through shivers and drafts. You grin at the notion, though the longer you remain here, the more you start to grasp the odd attraction. There's something unmistakably bracing about greeting the morning, this openly. You straighten your frame as another gust rushes in. The corset stabilises your spine, keeping you upright and intentional despite the cold probing at every seam. The air feels nearly ritualistic now, like the city itself is offering you its approval, its opening gesture of the day. You draw a final breath, filled with that sharp metallic edge only Victorian winter air can possess. Then you lower the window most of the distance, leaving it open just enough to prevent the room from feeling suffocated. Victorians despised stagnant rooms. They valued circulation of air, of routine, of the body itself. And as the sash settles quietly into position, you notice the room has transformed again. It feels crisper, lighter, and somehow more conscious, just like you. You leave the window partially raised, allowing a thin stream of cold air to continue its silent patrol across the room. It slides under your collar, grazes along your neck, and slips beneath the corset, boning with a tenacity that feels nearly sentient. Victorian households viewed this persistent draft as a strength, evidence that the air was moving, purifying, refreshing the room. To contemporary understanding, it might appear uncomfortable or even reckless. But in the Victorian mindset, fresh air wasn't merely pleasant, it was righteous. It was therapeutic. It was the unseen protector of wellness and domestic discipline. You step back several paces, sensing how your breathing moves in the altered environment. Even talking would sound transformed now. Your voice would hold that slight crispness of winter air, the faint rising quality of a tightened corset, the sharpness that comes from confronting the cold head-on. It's curious how a simple open window alters everything, how it becomes not merely ventilation but ceremony. A small table against the wall holds a basin-sized cloth folded precisely. This was frequently used for airbathing, a practice Victorians championed eagerly. The concept wasn't bathing with water, but with cold air alone. You lift the cloth and shake it softly, then arrange it over your shoulders, allowing the draft to slip beneath it. Cool and stimulating. Airbathing was believed to strengthen the body, enhance complexion, and animate the spirit. Some households even encouraged youngsters to stand nearly naked before the morning window for a minute or two daily, just long enough to receive the natural remedy the cold supplied. You, wrapped in the cloth, encounter a milder version of the concept. The chill travels your spine in a wave, but it doesn't penetrate too deeply. Victorians adored the vocabulary of remedies. Everything stimulating was a remedy. Fresh air, cold water, energetic walking, even a piercing scent. Morning airing was a remedy for the lungs in particular. One doctor stated that a bedroom filled with stale air was a coffin without a lid, a phrase echoed so frequently it became a fragment of folklore. Extreme, certainly, but people accepted it. They believed air possessed character. Good air versus bad air, reliable breezes versus questionable drafts. And every morning, households waged this small conflict between stagnation and energy. By throwing windows open completely, you drift slightly toward the room's centre, observing the curtain shift. It sways in a gentle arc, then flutters with abrupt energy when the wind seizes it. The delicate fabric dances like something alive, brushing against the washstand, rising from the floorboards, lifting and dropping in rhythm with the draft. Curtains in Victorian houses often served as subtle thermometers. How sharply they billowed indicated how severe the cold was. Today, yours reveals what you already sense. The air outside is biting, the kind that makes fingertips prickle and breath puff in small white clouds. You pause to examine the frost still clinging to the window's borders. The patterns have shifted somewhat since you woke, melting in certain places, intensifying in others. Victorians often likened these frost shapes to ferns, feathers, even wings. Some believed they disclosed the household's character. Courageous homes had sharper patterns. Creative homes had more elaborate ones. The reasoning doesn't survive scrutiny, of course, but standing here you value how something as simple as frost could become an everyday wonder in a world without electronic distractions. A small draft sneaks beneath the cloth on your shoulders, and you feel it skim lightly across your collarbone. Strangely enough, the cold no longer feels aggressive. The corset stabilizes you so firmly that the chill almost balances it. The garment holds you erect. The air keeps you alert. Together, they shape not just your bearing, but your sense of preparation. A peculiar detail crosses your mind. One of those strange Victorian assertions that seems half superstitious, half optimistic. Some reformers maintained that regular exposure to cold morning air could prevent sadness by stirring the blood toward brightness. They documented it as though mood could freeze or thaw, depending on how wide you open the window each morning. Yet after standing here, immersed in this draft, you sense the peculiar truth in their overstatement. Something about the cold genuinely does propel the mind forward. You return to the window once more to adjust the sash. The breeze softens immediately, still present, but milder, like a hand resting lightly across your shoulders instead of gripping them. This is the perfect Victorian draft, constant enough to refresh, but not powerful enough to extinguish the fire downstairs or disturb the entire house. The room feels converted now. The air has circulation, your body has definition, your breath feels lighter, touched with mint, and winter morning airing has performed its quiet task, preparing the ground for the next ritual, a ritual that will carry you beyond the bedroom and into the waking world outside. Because now that the air is fresh, it's time for you to enter it. You stand in the refreshed stillness of the room for several seconds, letting the final curl of cold air settle against your skin. Your breath moves more smoothly now, shaped by the corset, sharpened by the window draft, softened by the mint leaf dissolving earlier. Everything in you feels aligned, organized, as though your body has been calibrated like an instrument. And then arrives the next step in the Victorian morning sequence, the rite that carried equal importance for health, morality, and social standing. The morning walk. You move to the chair where your outer garments rest, a warm shawl, a solid pair of boots, and the coat you arranged last night in anticipation of the cold. Victorians regarded their first walk of the day as a kind of mobile meditation. Physicians recommended it, clergy praised it. Etiquette manuals described it as a moral duty, a brisk constitutional. They called it a phrase that sounds mild until you understand it meant walking with sufficient speed to stimulate the heart without appearing crude. You lift the coat, feeling the weight of the wool. It's thick, densely woven and somewhat scratchy against the skin. This one isn't ornamental. It's constructed for cold streets where frost clings to cobblestones until midday. You slip your arms into the sleeves, feeling how the corset directs your posture, even here, keeping your shoulders square as the garment settles across your back. Next come the boots, solid leather, somewhat stiff, with a faint scent of beeswax polish still lingering from last night's brushing. Victorian footwear was rarely soft. It demanded effort. You pull them onto your feet carefully, listening to the creak of the material as the shape yields just enough to accept your step. The cold from the floorboards vanishes the moment your soles touch the insides. Bending to tie the laces in a corset is its own minor challenge. You lean from the hips rather than the waist, moving with the practiced precision Victorian bodies learned early. You wrap the shawl around your shoulders, tucking it neatly across the chest and pulling the edges snug beneath the coat. The layering feels secure, dense without being cumbersome, exactly how Victorians constructed their winter attire. Every fibre has intention. Every piece participates in the ritual. You reach for the door, pausing just long enough to take in the room one final time. The air still flows softly through the gap in the window. The frost remains where it was. The washstand gleams faintly with the sheen of earlier splashes. It resembles a stage now, one you performed on this morning, completing the cold water ablutions, the breath-purifying herbs, the meticulous grooming and the corset lacing. And now you step off that stage, into the world beyond. The hallway greets you with a different kind of cold, less sharp, more established, as though it has lived in the wooden beams overnight and is now waking with you. You descend the stairs slowly, each board creaking in familiar protests. Victorian homes had their own morning soundscape, distant rattles of coal, kettles beginning to hum, boots being pulled on in neighbouring rooms. You hear a soft rustle, your servant carrying a bucket of kindling toward the sitting-room fireplace. Her day began well before yours. At the bottom of the stairs you lift the latch of the front door the moment it opened. A stronger wind greets you, fresh, unfiltered, shimmering with that early morning metallic tang. Your lungs expand against the corset's firm boundary and the air enters with a briskness that can only belong to a Victorian morning in winter. You step outside. The street is mostly vacant, save for a milkman pushing his cart and a lamplighter extinguishing the final few lamps along the row. Your footsteps sound crisp on the stone path, each one forming a soft echo that lingers a moment before fading. This is precisely how Victorians envisioned the ideal morning walk. Quiet streets, steady pace, breath puffing gently into the cold with no unnecessary haste or slouching. Posture mattered. A straight spine, a calm expression, hands neatly gloved. These signalled discipline, industry, and self-control. A common fact drifts into your mind. Doctors in the mid-1800s encouraged morning walks to oxygenate the blood, believing the cool air strengthened the lungs and prevented consumption. They wrote newspaper columns championing fresh air as the cheapest medicine of the age. But then there's the unusual side too. Certain etiquette books warned walkers not to appear overly energetic, claiming it looked unrefined to swing the arms too freely. A balanced pace, they insisted, was the mark of dignity. Somewhere between restraint and energy lay the perfect Victorian stride. You take that stride now, feeling how the corset supports your torso with quiet confidence. Your boots meet the pavement with rhythm. Your breath sends faint tendrils of mist into the morning, and as you settle into your walk, the city begins to unfold around you, slow, deliberate, and deeply Victorian. The morning ritual continues. You settle into your stride, letting the cold morning embrace you with its disciplined sharpness. The corset shapes each inhale, the wool coat holds the warmth close, and the boots carry you forward with that steady Victorian rhythm. Quiet, measured, purposeful. Your breath trails behind you in thin wisps, dissolving slowly into the pale air. This is the hour when the city feels half asleep, half stirring, caught in that liminal space between darkness and industry. Your footsteps echo lightly along the cobblestones as you pass terraced houses with chimneys just beginning to exhale morning smoke. A faint scent of coal drifts in the air, sharp yet oddly reassuring. In Victorian minds, the morning walk was more than exercise. It was a display of composure, respectability, and civic belonging. People believed that a household seen walking at dawn was a disciplined one. Some even argued it reflected good moral character, as if rising early and stepping into the cold proved mastery over both body and spirit. You tighten your coat around you, feeling the fabric brush lightly against the corset. The contrast of textures, a soft wool exterior, the firm structure beneath, reminds you how layered the Victorian morning truly is. Nothing is accidental. Every garment, every breath, every gesture participates in shaping the self you present to the world. A carriage rattles past, pulled by a horse, whose breath plumes thick in the frigid air. The driver offers a nod, one of those small morning acknowledgements that Victorians considered polite but not intrusive. You return the nod slightly, careful not to appear too enthusiastic. Victorian etiquette prized calm restraint, especially in public spaces. A walk should look collected, not social. As you continue along the street, you pass a row of iron railings encasing a small patch of winter-stiffened shrubs. Frost clings to every branch like crystal powder. A sparrow flits between them, shaking tiny beads of ice loose as it hops. Victorians romanticised scenes like this. Endlessly mourning nature, even in the city, was said to feed the moral imagination. It's an elegant exaggeration, but standing here now, you understand the appeal. There's something calming about the simplicity of frost on iron. Up ahead, another walker appears, a middle-aged man in a rigid overcoat, his cane clicking rhythmically at his side. He maintains the practiced Victorian gait, chin lifted slightly, steps straight and even, arms close to the body. When he draws near, he offers a polite half bow. Without breaking his stride, you mirror the gesture, neither too quick nor too gentle. Victorian public manners were almost choreographed, and you find yourself falling naturally into the rhythm. A common detail resurfaces in your memory. Many Victorian doctors recommended at least a half-hour morning walk, claiming it stimulated digestion before breakfast and prevented sluggish moods. They believed the body needed movement to prepare the stomach for the hearty meals that followed. You inhale slowly, letting the air fill your upper lungs, and feel the subtle truth behind that advice. Cold air, steady motion and refined posture do have a peculiar way of clearing the mind. But then there's the unusual side of the tradition too, the odd rituals nestled beside the sensible ones. Some Victorians, especially health enthusiasts, believed walking with the mouth closed taught the lungs proper discipline and prevented too much cold from entering the chest. Newspaper advice columns even warned against excessive mouth breathing in the refreshing hours of dawn. You purse your lips a little tighter, amused, imagining an entire society chastising its own lungs. You turn a corner into a quieter lane, where the sunlight finally begins to push through the thick morning haze. The light doesn't warm the street yet, but it softens it. The frost sparkles, the air tastes faintly metallic, and your body, held upright by the corset and awakened by the cold, feels more alive than it did inside the house. As you walk, you begin to sense the rhythm of the Victorian day aligning around you. Other households are beginning their own rituals, fires being coaxed to life, children stirring beneath heavy blankets, servants shuffling quickly through back corridors. And here you are, moving through the streets in the ritual every city believed in the morning constitutional. Your footsteps lead you toward the next phase of the Victorian morning, one that takes place back indoors, where water waits again, but in a far different form than the icy basin you faced earlier. A form meant not to shock, but to invigorate. Your walk is nearing its end. The day is ready to continue. You return from the walk with a quiet steadiness in your limbs, the cold air lingering in your chest like a clean echo. Your boots thud softly against the hallway floorboards as you step back inside, closing the door behind you. The warmth of the house, modest as it is, greets you like a muted embrace. Nowhere near enough to dispel the cold completely, but enough to soften its bite. Victorian homes were never warm by contemporary standards. Instead, they offered pockets of comfort, small islands of heat you moved between like stepping stones. You hang your shawl on the peg and press your hands together, feeling how the corset keeps your posture tall even in this transitional moment. Some of the cold from outdoors clings to your coat, drifting off in tiny breaths of frost as you slip it from your shoulders. A faint creak echoes from the stairs, your servant noticing you've returned, quietly adjusting her tasks. Downstairs, everything in the Victorian morning moves with this quiet awareness, each person's rhythm interwoven with the others. But the next ritual you're about to face is entirely your own, the water cure. You step into the washroom, a small chamber adjoining your bedroom, fitted with a wooden tub, a low stool, and a pair of buckets filled earlier with water of two temperatures, one warm, one cold. Hydropathy, or the water cure, was wildly popular in the Victorian era, championed by health reformers who claimed it could treat nearly everything: nervousness, indigestion, poor circulation, and even melancholy. You kneel beside the buckets, feeling the corset nudge your ribs upward as you lean. The warm bucket steams faintly in the cool air, a thin ribbon of vapour rising like a ghost, drifting toward the ceiling. The cold bucket, in contrast, sits utterly still, its surface gleaming like polished glass. You dip a hand into the warm water first. The heat travels quickly through your fingers, winding up your arm like a slow ribbon of comfort. Victorian manuals always recommended beginning with warmth to invite the body into wakefulness. As one melodramatic pamphlet stated, "Take the sponge, resting on the rim of the tub, let it soak, and then press it to your arms." The warmth spreads across your skin in soft waves, loosening the stiffness from your morning walk. It feels gentle, almost indulgent. But indulgence never lasted long in Victorian routines. It was always followed by discipline. You turn to the cold bucket. Even hovering your hand above it brings a sharpness to the air. You dip your fingers in and the shock travels instantly through your bones. Cold water in Victorian hydropathy wasn't just cold, it was intentionally, defiantly frigid. Reformers insisted the cold sealed the pores and secured the vigour. The warm water first awakened. You squeeze the sponge into the cold water and watch it stiffen slightly as the temperature changes its texture. Then you place it against your skin. The jolt is immediate. It steals your breath for a second, makes your shoulders rise instinctively and sends a quick tremor through the ribs, held firm by the corset. But as the cold seeps in, something shifts. The sensation sharpens into alertness, a slice of clarity along your arms, across your chest, down the line of your spine. You press the sponge again, following the pattern hydropathic guides instructed. Warm water along the limbs, cold water in the same path, alternating until the skin flushed slightly. A common detail drifts through your thoughts. Hydropathy clinics, large country estates converted into water cure houses, became fashionable retreats where patients took cold plunges, walked briskly between water treatments, and followed strict diets. Even Florence Nightingale praised hydropathy for its calming effects when properly applied. So, this little morning ritual, intense as it is, belonged to the vanguard of Victorian health culture. But the unusual side of the water cure is never far behind. Some enthusiasts believed splashing cold water onto the back of the neck redirected troublesome thoughts, while others swore by pouring warm water over the knees specifically to encourage courage. No one could quite explain why the knees were heroic, but the belief endured. You alternate the sponge. Warm, then cold, then warm again, feeling the contrast deepen with each pass. Your skin tingles awake in ways that go beyond comfort. The ritual demands attention, demands presence. You reach behind your neck and press the cold sponge there. The shock hits like a spark, firing down your spine and lifting your posture reflexively. The corset holds you steady, turning that sudden shiver into a graceful extension of your form. The water cure wasn't meant to soothe. It was meant to invigorate. You can feel that now, your skin alive, your breath crisp, your heart beating with a deliberate rhythm anchored by the structure of the corset. The Victorian morning is gathering momentum around you and the ritual is far from over. You sit back on the low stool for a moment, letting your arms hang loosely at your sides. As the traces of warm and cold water evaporate from your skin, the sensations travel through you like echoing ripples. Warmth where the sponge lingered, sharp brightness where the cold struck most suddenly. It's an odd, invigorating contrast, the kind the Victorians absolutely adored. They believed the body became stronger when exposed to extremes, as if the tug of war between warm and cold taught your nerves to stay vigilant. You squeeze the sponge lightly, watching droplets fall into the wooden tub with soft rhythmic ticks. The faint sound fills the room the way a clock might, marking time not in seconds, but in sensations. Your breath emerges in gentle puffs, still visible in the cool air. The corset holds your torso upright, preventing any slouching, even in this moment of stillness. Victorian hydropathy was never done in a lazy sprawl. Posture mattered, even during self-treatment. You lean forward again and dip the sponge into the warm bucket. The heat rushes back into your hands, more welcome now after the bite of the cold. You sweep the sponge along your forearms, across your shoulders, and down the length of your ribs. The water traces the boning seams of the corset, warming the stiff fabric, softening the chill that lingers beneath it. The sensation is striking, like warmth daring to challenge the structure wrapped around you. Now comes the part hydropathy guides described as the awakening stroke. You plunge the sponge into the cold bucket once more. Even the air above the water feels colder when you lift it. Droplets slide down your wrist like icy beads. With one steady breath, you press the sponge firmly to your chest, just above the corset's top edge. The cold strikes like a silver blade, your breath catches, a tremor snakes down your spine, but the corset holds you, channels the shiver into a subtle lengthening of your posture. You repeat the motion, pressing the cold water along your collarbone, the base of your neck, and the exposed parts of your shoulders. Each touch feels like it carves awareness deeper into your skin. Victorian reformers insisted this chest and neck sequence was essential for clearing the lungs, a claim rooted in both medical theory and a kind of bodily storytelling. They loved fresh air outside, cold water inside. Together they were supposed to keep the lungs healthy in cities filled with smoke, dampness and coal dust. Perhaps the science doesn't hold up perfectly, but the sensation is undeniably vivid. An unusual tidbit surfaces in your memory. Some hydropathy devotees recommended shouting into a basin of cold water after dousing the neck, believing the shock, combined with vocal vibration, helped shake loose ill airs from the throat. You're not about to try that, not with the house still quiet and the servant downstairs likely to think you've lost your mind, but it's strangely fitting with the era's enthusiasm. You return to the warm water again, letting the sponge glide along your arms, this time in slower, more deliberate strokes. The warmth feels like a gentle apology for the cold, but hydropathy teaches you not to linger too long in comfort. You switch once more, warm to cold, and then, with a steady hand, pour a small ladleful of cold water along the nape of your neck. This is the real moment. The shock is immediate and profound. Your shoulders jolt upward, your breath freezes halfway through your chest, and your entire body awakens in an instant. The water slides beneath the corset's upper edge, seeping between the fabric and your skin in thin, icy threads. You straighten as the sensation runs downward, guided by the boning, until it fades into a lingering hum at the base of your spine. Victorian diaries often describe this feeling with almost romantic reverence. They used words like electric, clarifying, even soul-freshening. You draw a breath and the cold rushes in. One writer once said, "A freezing neck splash at sunrise clears the mind to its original state." Bold words, maybe, but right now, with your skin alive and your spine straight and your breathing controlled, you get why that notion lasted. You slide the stool nearer the grate where faint heat rises as the servant stirs the dying coals below. You're not close to the flames, just near enough that a soft warmth drifts up and eases the chill still settled in your skin. Victorian water treatments always finished like this. Not wrapped in thick wool or smothered under heavy blankets, but gently brought back to warmth. Just enough to stabilise you, not so much it cancels the sharpness you've gained. You blot your arms with a rough linen cloth. The texture scratches slightly, waking your skin fully. You drape the cloth over your shoulders and feel the last remnants of cold slip away from your neck and collarbone. Your heartbeat has calmed. Your breath flows easily, directed, yet strong. The hot and cold exchange has accomplished what it set out to do. You stand from the stool, gathering yourself, and sense the corset reinforcing every motion. The water cure has roused you in ways no contemporary morning habit ever could. Your awareness hums, your skin tingles with life, and the Victorian day ahead seems to press forward, anticipating your next move. The treatment is done. The water cure is finished. And now another practice beckons, the one your belly has been readying for since first light. Morning mealtime has arrived. You step out of the washroom with a trace of coolness still running along your back, the shifting warm and cold pulses of the water cure vibrating softly under your skin. Your body feels alert now, more alert than any modern coffee could achieve. The corset steadies your movement down the corridor, directing each footfall with that quiet demand for grace the Victorians hold so dear. And as you head toward the dining area, you notice the first unmistakable aroma winding through the house. Morning meal, not the gentle, sugary comfort of a present-day breakfast, but something stronger, more pointed, almost like medicine. Victorian breakfast wasn't simply food, it was a practice of elixirs, digestives, broths, grains, and restorative blends that walked the boundary between nutrition and health treatment. In their view, breakfast wasn't only about satisfying hunger, it was about readying the system for whatever the day demanded. You enter the dining space where the fire in the small hearth has finally started to shake off its early morning sluggishness. A soft glow warms sections of the room, but the air retains enough coolness to remind you what era you're occupying. The table is already arranged. A carefully folded cloth napkin, a thick ceramic dish, a plain silver spoon, and a little glass intended for whatever morning liquid the household happens to trust. And there it waits for you. A bottle of restorative digestive bitters. Its label has faded from years of use, the corners lifting slightly, but the smell is unmistakable even from where you stand. Botanical, intense, grounded, with a hint of something almost spicy. Victorian digestive tonics came in endless forms. Some versions mixed with gentian root, others with wormwood, mint or dried citrus rind. Many homes relied on them as stomach settlers, convinced that a single teaspoon before eating straightened the digestion before solid food arrived. Some even drank it instead of breakfast. When time was short, you pick up the bottle and tilt it slowly. The fluid inside shifts thickly, dark as tea brewed too long. You pour a teaspoon into the glass. The scent lifts right away, bracing, nearly medicinal. You raise the glass to your mouth and take a careful sip. The bitterness strikes first, sharp and unforgiving. Then a slow heat spreads down your throat like a narrow flame. It's not enjoyable, but it's oddly comforting. Those who disliked the flavour often cut bitters with hot water or even a touch of gin. But morning decorum discouraged anything too lavish. You place the glass down and reach for the pot of porridge sitting in a small heated dish at the table's centre. Victorian porridge was not the smooth comfort dish you might picture. It could be dense, lightly salted, and often served without sweetener. Adding sugar too early in the day was seen as giving in to sensory temptation. You ladle a serving onto your dish. The grains look plain, solid, steaming faintly in the cool room. Some believed porridge strengthened character, though no one could really define what that meant. Breakfast in this time always blended function with vague ethical commentary. You sit with flawless posture, naturally, because the corset allows nothing else and taste the first mouthful. The warmth is steadying. The plainness is almost calming. Your mouth still carries the faint bite of bitters and the porridge works through it slowly, like warmth moving through frost. But breakfast wasn't only about grains and sharp tonics. Next to your dish sits a small ceramic container, the morning tonic. Many families kept their own formulas, blends of iron solutions, fish oil, lemon concentrate, or even watered-down spirits, for vitality. You lift the container and uncork it with care. A light scent of citrus and something metallic drifts up. Perhaps this morning's tonic holds iron, common for those worried about blood weakness. You add 3 drops into what remains of your bitters and swirl the glass gently. The goal wasn't taste, it was reinforcement. A standard detail surfaces. Victorian health advisors insisted breakfast must be consumed without rushing, convinced that fast eating interfered with digestion. Families were urged to start the day with quiet thought, gentle talk, and measured spoonfuls. You follow that tempo now, letting each bite settle as the room grows steadily warmer from the modest fire. And then, because every Victorian home had at least one peculiar element to the morning meal, you spot the item placed beside your dish. A tiny container filled with dried ginger powder. This is the household's personal touch. A small pinch of ginger on the tongue before ending breakfast, intended to ignite the inner heat, as one especially passionate cookbook declared. You pinch a bit between your fingers and place it carefully on your tongue. The heat bursts immediately, startling and vivid, lifting your senses much like the cold water did earlier. Every feeling, from your tongue to your chest, feels synchronized now. The bitters have focused you. The porridge has anchored you. The ginger has energized you. The Victorian morning is building intensity and you can sense it closing around you like a perfectly tailored garment. But breakfast isn't just about what you consume. It's about what follows, what you absorb, how you ready your thoughts, and the subtle shift that occurs between the final spoonful and the beginning of the day. The next practice waits. You rest your spoon softly against the bowl's edge, letting the last warmth of the porridge settle in your chest. The fire pops quietly, sending thin waves of heat into the cool space. And for a moment, you simply exist, slowly, intentionally, feeling how the tonic, the bitters and the ginger have braided themselves together inside you. Victorians believed breakfast should ready not just the body, but the thinking mind. And as you sit there, posture maintained by the corset, the transformation goes on. You lift the small glass holding the last trace of tonic and swirl it once. The liquid clings to the sides, thick and faintly golden. Victorian families consumed these tonics with devotion that approached ceremony, certain they reinforced the nerves and steadied the system. Some homes insisted that iron solutions brightened the blood, while others believed citrus extracts awakened the brain. Whether or not these theories hold scientific truth, the feeling is real. The delicate sharpness that remains as you swallow the final sip. You set the glass down and look toward the sideboard, where a slender bottle of fish oil sits with silent authority. It was standard in Victorian mornings, a dose taken with almost grim determination. You uncork it, and the distinctive scent reaches you immediately. Salty, heavy, a little thick, even in the cool air. You touch a single drop to your tongue and the taste blooms with a force that nearly drowns the ginger's warmth. Victorians believed this oil strengthened the bones and shielded the lungs through winter. Personal journals often describe it as a dreadful companion, unpleasant but reliable. You swallow, feeling its slow journey down, and acknowledge it. You've joined the ranks of countless Victorian stomachs that faced this same trial at dawn. To balance the intensity, you pour yourself a small cup of hot water steeped with lemon rind, a gentler practice borrowed from water cure circles and fashionable homes alike. The cup warms your hands as steam rises upward in delicate spirals. The scent of citrus mingles with the lingering bite of ginger, bringing a quiet brightness to the space. You take a sip, and the warmth moves through your throat with a softness that feels almost modern compared to the era's more aggressive tonics. Across the table lies a slice of brown bread, compact and slightly rough, its crust dusted with fine flour. Some Victorians believed eating bread before anything sweet stabilized the stomach and discouraged cravings. You take a modest bite. It's dry, substantial, the kind of bread that demands slow chewing as it softens. The warmth from the lemon water enhances the taste, creating a small moment of ease within the austerity. A standard detail enters your thoughts. Victorian breakfasts differed wildly by social class. Working families often ate leftover broth, day-old bread, or a quick mug of tea. Middle and upper-class homes, however, favoured porridge, eggs, toast, smoked fish, and morning tonics, an entire arrangement meant to power long hours of work, oversight, or household management. Your own breakfast resembles something in the middle. Plain, controlled, but enriched with the era's signature infusions and ceremonies. Then the room draws your attention to an unusual item near the table's end. A small dish with a thin slice of dried orange peel lightly coated in powdered sugar. It looks delicate, almost decorative. Some Victorian homes treated this as a palate cleanser. Others believed sugared peel cleared the senses or balanced the humours. After bitter medicine, you lift the slice and place it lightly on your tongue. The sweetness is faint, the citrus bright, like a quick flash of winter sun breaking through morning haze. It doesn't linger long, but the freshness stays. An obscure tidbit surfaces. Certain families insisted on drinking a single spoonful of warm beef broth before going outside, believing the concentrated liquid toughened the spirit. You glance at the small pot near the sideboard. The broth inside is dark, simple, and steaming gently. You bring a spoonful to your mouth. The flavour is rich and grounding, a savoury anchor beneath the brighter notes of lemon and ginger. It settles into your stomach with a weight that somehow feels reassuring. The room, once cool and quiet, now feels more alive. The fire warms your feet, the corset holds your posture in silent discipline, and your stomach, once hollow and waiting, now feels soothed, awakened, prepared. Victorian breakfasts rarely indulged in extravagance. They constructed a foundation, something solid, practical, and dependable. You fold your napkin neatly and place it beside your dish. The meal is complete, but the ritual is not. In Victorian homes, breakfast transitioned smoothly into the mental portion of the morning. The reading, the contemplation, the arranging of thoughts. Your gaze shifts toward a small stack of newspapers and moral writings on the side table. Their pages wait quietly, offering stories of the world beyond your window and guidance from voices across the city. Your body is ready, your breath is steady, your mind is about to engage. The next ritual begins with ink and paper. You rise from the table with a careful, intentional motion, one the corset guides more than you do, and move toward the small side table near the window. The morning air still hovers faintly in the room, softened now by the warmth of the fire, and the combination produces that familiar Victorian contrast, cold precision meeting domestic warmth. On the table rests a neatly organized collection of newspapers, pamphlets, and thin moral writings. Your next ritual, the mental awakening of the day. Victorians held deep faith in the value of morning reading. A household that read after breakfast was viewed as orderly, respectable, and morally sound. You take a seat in the straight-backed wooden chair, the fabric of your clothing rustling softly as you settle into position. Your posture stays perfect, not just because of manners, but because the corset doesn't permit anything else. It holds you like a quiet signal that morning composure starts with the body and ends with the mind. The top of the stack is today's newspaper, folded neatly into quarters. The paper has a slight stiffness when you lift it. Victorian newsprint was thick, textured and lightly dusted with leftover ink. You unfold the front page and breathe in that unmistakable scent of coal, smudged ink and fresh paper, a smell that travelled through countless parlours across Britain each morning. Your fingers brush over the dense columns of text crammed tightly with no wasted space. Blank white space was viewed as a luxury. The Victorian mind wanted density, wanted to absorb ideas before the day fully unfolded. You scan the heading slowly, letting your mind settle into the stories. A railway expansion here, a parliamentary debate there, a curious notice of a new mechanical invention a few lines down. Victorian newspapers read like a fusion of progress and propriety, news designed to inform, to educate, sometimes to warn, but almost never to entertain carelessly. Every word feels intentional, a standard detail drifts into your memory. Middle-class Victorians valued morning reading so deeply that entire etiquette manuals declared it essential for developing sound judgment. They believed that starting the day with careful reflection helped avoid poor choices later. Almost as if morality itself could be reinforced, like a wall constructed brick by brick from printed words. You turn the page and your eyes land on an article about a recent lecture given at a mechanics institute. These institutions, half school, half social gathering, were cornerstones of Victorian intellectual life. People attended morning talks on science, literature, engineering, even hygiene. Reading about them now at the quiet table with sunlight just beginning to warm the window glass feels deeply connected to the era, as though the city itself offers small invitations to curiosity. Beside the newspaper lies a slim booklet with a stiff paper cover, a moral essay, the kind sold cheaply at railway stations and lending libraries. You lift it and feel the texture, rough, almost gritty, beneath your fingertips. These essays often contained advice on modest living, household virtues, or the importance of hard work. You open to the first page and read a few lines. The tone is sincere, a little theatrical, and unashamedly instructive. Victorians loved this blend of moral encouragement and literary style. The essay speaks of beginning the day with clarity of thought, a phrase that sounds overblown now, but which carried tremendous cultural significance in its time. You catch your reflection in the nearby glass cabinet, your posture straight, your hair neatly arranged, your clothing layered with intention. For a brief moment you grasp how persuasive this idea must have been, that morning rituals could mould the soul as much as the body. A small pamphlet catches your eye next. It's a thin sheet, folded twice, printed with modest ink, titled, "Reflections upon the Conduct of the Household." You flip through it. The contents are a mixture of advice, gentle warnings, and reflections on domestic harmony. Some of it is reasonable, encouraging kindness, patience, and good management. Some of it borders on the strange, like the suggestion that a person should silently recite a moral principle before speaking to anyone in the morning to avoid empty words. But then comes the unusual tidbit, a sidebar recommending that one should occasionally dip one's fingertips in cool water while reading to refresh the mind and prevent mental sluggishness. You glance at your hands, instinctively imagining yourself performing this delicate, almost ceremonial gesture every few pages. Absurd as it seems, it fits perfectly within the Victorian worldview, where temperature, discipline, and intellect braided together like strands of the same cord. You continue reading for several minutes, letting the world outside your window brighten slowly. The newspaper rustles softly as you shift. The moral essay offers its final principle. The pamphlet's advice lingers in your mind, with its blend of sincerity and oddness. You set the reading aside and fold your hands neatly in your lap, letting the corset guide your breath into that tight, narrow rhythm. Your mind feels sharpened, not hurried, not scattered, but gently awakened. Breakfast fed the body. Reading begins to feed the thoughts. And just as the last line of the pamphlet fades from your attention, you sense the next Victorian ritual waiting, one involving pen strokes, ink wells, and the quiet obligations that shaped every respectable morning. You rest the pamphlet on the table, its soft paper edges lifting slightly with each pulse of cool air drifting in from the hallway. The fire snaps gently behind you, adding a faint warmth to the room's winter-bright stillness. Victorian mornings rarely paused for long. Once the mind had been awakened through reading, the next ritual arrived with quiet certainty. Thought must transform into action, reflection must transform into order. And so you rise carefully from the straight-backed chair, posture set, breath narrowed, ready for the duties inked into every respectable household's morning rhythm. On the writing desk near the window sits your correspondence tray, a small wooden box polished smooth by years of handling. You lift the lid and find exactly what you expect, a neat stack of letters awaiting replies. A few open envelopes folded inward to signal they require your attention, and several blank sheets of thick cream paper ready for fresh instruction. Victorian mornings were constructed upon this moment, the exchange of information, decisions, appointments, courtesies and obligations woven through ink. You pull out the first letter, a reply from a cousin in Bath, written in that flowing hand so characteristic of the period. The ink has browned slightly. Most Victorian ink oxidized quickly, giving every letter a faint amber tone even within days. You skim the lines. Thanks for your last note. A description of a recent outing. A request for news from your side. Victorians depended on letters as their social circulation. Without them, relationships weakened. Obligations stagnated, and misunderstandings multiplied. A morning without correspondence felt incomplete. You take a seat, reach for the ink bottle, and uncap it with practiced ease. The black liquid inside gleams with a subtle shine. A faint metallic scent rises, reminding you again that Victorian mornings were filled with textures. Modern life no longer provides ink that smells like iron, paper that feels like fabric, silence that resonates with domestic work happening in other rooms. You dip the pen carefully, lightly, letting just enough ink cling to the tip. The first stroke scratches gently across the paper, the sound soft but clear. Victorian pens required concentration. Write too quickly and the ink smears. Write too slowly and the lines look uncertain. You craft the opening. A polite acknowledgement, a few warm notes, a brief answer to the cousin's question. Morning correspondence was not emotional confession. It was a performance of civility. Society expected letters of clarity, restraint and calm tone, even when lives were far messier beneath the surface. When you pause to let the ink dry, your eyes drift toward the window. Outside, a thin light filters through frost-covered glass. Somewhere on the street, a carriage passes by, and the faint rumble mixes with the scratch of your pen. The world moves, and your pen moves with it. You select the next item in the tray, a folded memorandum from a local shopkeeper confirming a delivery. You scan it briefly, noting the expected arrival of coal at week's end. The responsible Victorian household operated on lists, ledgers and letters, small systems of order that kept chaos distant. You take up a fresh sheet of paper and write a short acknowledgement, your hand moving in quiet rhythm. A standard detail flickers into your mind. Middle-class households often dedicated a full hour each morning to correspondence. Women wrote notes of appreciation, invitations, instructions to servants or merchants. Men wrote business letters, club notices, or replies regarding appointments. The letter-writing hour became a marker of structure, of a mind organising itself before stepping into the larger demands of the day. But Victorian rituals never stopped with the sensible. The unusual tidbit arrives soon enough. Some household guides recommended a light breath on the pen nib before writing, suggesting that the ink would then flow with a better grace. You imitate the action now, raising the pen and exhaling softly onto the metal tip. It warms slightly, and when it returns to the paper, the ink does seem to glide a touch smoother. Perhaps just an old superstition, perhaps a tiny truth nested in the metal's shifting temperature. You permit yourself a smile regardless. Your hand moves to the final note in the desk tray, a compact message on pale blue paper. The border is subtly adorned with pressed miniature leaves. This one is from a neighbour, inquiring politely about the condition of the volume she had lent you. Your response is brief yet neat, offering to return it later this afternoon after your errands are done. You seal the paper using a drop of glue, pressing the closure with your thumb. While sealing wax was reserved for formal correspondence in Victorian homes, a quick note between neighbours rarely demanded such ceremony. You transfer the completed letters to the outgoing tray, setting them down precisely. The arrangement is unexpectedly soothing. 3 small tokens of order established within a demanding daily whirl. This act of writing anchors you in the morning, lending shape and momentum to your duties and your own authority. As you stand up from the desk, the corset effortlessly raises your torso, guiding your movement with that characteristic Victorian rigidity. Your breath draws in through slightly parted lips, carrying the faint, clean taste of lemon water from your breakfast. The house around you murmurs softly. Someone attends to the morning stove, another sweeps the hallway, and the city outside begins its rise. Letters written, tasks accounted for, your mind is sharpened. Now your focus shifts to another profoundly Victorian ritual, one that calls you away from the writing desk and back toward the mirror. For Victorians, cleanliness was never restricted to washing the face. It extended into the hidden corners of domestic hygiene, a set of detailed practices awaiting their sequence in the morning. You step away from the writing desk, the light scent of ink still lingering on your fingers. Your correspondence neatly arranged in the outgoing tray, resembling small folded promises waiting to be claimed by the world. But Victorian mornings did not conclude with written words. Once the letters were finished, your attention turned outward to the minor duties, social expectations, and responsibilities that set the household's pace. Before noon, you cross the room deliberately, the corset maintaining a dignified steadiness to every step, a quality Victorians deeply valued, and approach the small wooden cupboard near the hearth. The household ledger is kept inside. You lift it carefully. It feels heavier than it appears. Bound in well-worn brown leather, its edges softened by years of service. The household ledger was the silent framework of Victorian domestic organisation. Everything passed through its pages: expenditures, staff tasks, important reminders, inventories, and sometimes short expressions of gratitude or irritation regarding the staff. You set it down on the desk and open it to today's page. The handwriting, either yours or the master or mistress of the house, spreads neatly across the top. Coal delivery due Friday. Linen must be aired. Butter was purchased yesterday. New boots need inspection. Victorians loved lists, not out of anxiety, but because their world was fundamentally unpredictable. Lists offered clarity. Ledgers ensured sanity. You take up your pen and write a new entry. Letters sent, wait for replies by Tuesday. The ink flows smoothly this time, as if the nib recalls its earlier warmth. You add a second note, inquire about chimney sweeping schedule. Victorian chimneys demanded constant upkeep. A blocked flue was a serious danger, not a mere inconvenience. Morning duties frequently involved reviewing such practical needs. The next task makes its silent demand from a corner of the room. A small bell pull hangs by the doorframe, its cord intricately braided in a deep red thread. You give it a gentle tug. Downstairs, in the scullery or kitchen, a muffled chime is heard. This is the discreet signal requesting a servant to bring up the household's morning basket. It holds an assortment of small items requiring your review: bills, tradesmen's notices, shop receipts, and occasionally a calling card left by an early visitor. You wait, listening to the light footsteps ascending the back stairwell. When the servant arrives, she opens the door quietly, being careful not to create a sudden draft, which Victorians believed disrupted a room's harmony. She places the basket on the table, lowers her head in a gesture of respect, and then retreats. Her time in the room is brief, but her exactitude speaks volumes. Servants in Victorian homes followed their own complex rituals, and this exchange is part of the established choreography of rank and domestic order. You sit again and remove the first item from the basket, a shopkeeper's receipt for the jars of preserves you ordered last week. You examine the clean copperplate handwriting and the modest cost. A faint expression of pleasure crosses your lips. This shopkeeper is reliable and fair. Honesty was prized, even though fair dealing was expected. Next is a folded slip of paper, a notice from the local milkman confirming a change in delivery times. The city has grown colder, and ice slows his route. You make a mental note to adjust the schedule in the ledger. Victorian mornings were filled with these minor adjustments, each one preserving the delicate mechanism of the household. Then you notice it. A calling card. The small rectangle of cardstock sits neatly in its own tiny envelope. You lift it with care. It bears a name printed in elegant serif letters, accompanied by a small embossed design in the corner. A calling card at this hour suggests an early pass-by, either to drop off a message or signal a wish to schedule a visit later in the week. Calls were never spontaneous social acts. They were steps in a precise pattern of social exchange. Respond too late, you appear aloof. Respond too quickly, you risk seeming overly eager. You set the card aside to contemplate later. As you sort through the final slips in the basket, a fundamental truth of Victorian life settles. The household relied completely on communication. Whether you resided in a modest terrace or a grand townhouse, every morning demanded a steady exchange of instructions, messages, obligations, and replies. The home itself was a living entity, and you were its steady pulse. Then, tucked beneath a pile of receipts, you see something unexpected. A small handwritten note addressed simply to the household. You open it with curiosity. Inside is a request from a neighbour, asking if you would contribute to a local fund for a family facing hardship due to illness. Social obligations like this were routine. Victorians believed charity began at home and that even modest households should practice daily benevolence. You set the note aside with a quiet sense of duty, knowing you will reply in the affirmative. The city may be cold, but society is warmed through kindness. Then comes the specific detail, folding into your thoughts as naturally as the note in your hand. Some Victorian homes held the belief that responding to a charitable request before noon brought good fortune to the day's activities. Whether simple optimism or superstition, many adhered to it faithfully. You pull a fresh sheet of paper from the drawer, preparing to compose a short reply. Your pen rests for a moment as you gather your thoughts. The corset maintains the stillness of your breath. The house hums quietly around you. social duty, communication, charity, order. This is the essence of the Victorian morning. And yet another ritual still waits, one that directs your focus inward once more. Because the Victorians believed cleanliness had many layers, and you have not yet finished them all. You lay the charitable note gently on the desk, allowing your fingertips to rest for a moment on the paper's cool surface. Its presence is not burdensome, but purposeful, another strand woven into the morning's tapestry of propriety and duty. Victorian households thrived on this steady flow of obligations. You feel it now, a sense of being tied to your community, connected by intention, ink, and the shared rhythm of the waking city outside your window. You reach again for the household ledger, opening it to a new page designated for social accounts. These were not financial ledgers, but moral ones, listing who visited, who offered assistance, who required help, and who had been properly acknowledged. You record the neighbour's request with precise pen strokes, noting your intention to contribute. Victorians felt that tracking one's acts of kindness ensured consistency of character. It might seem rigid, but in a world without modern conveniences, consistency was what kept society from descending into chaos. You close the ledger softly, the leather cover giving a faint, comforting sound. There is a sense of completion in it, something final and firm. But just as you return it to the cabinet, you perceive the subtle pull of a different ritual, one spoken of quietly between the lines of etiquette guides and personal diaries, the quiet inspection of the household. Victorian mornings were not only about reading and writing, they were about measured, gentle, but definite oversight. You rise from your chair and walk through the parlour, taking note of the ashes in the hearth, the position of the coal scuttle, the neat alignment of the chairs. Nothing is out of place, but the action of checking is a necessary part of the routine, a silent ritual ensuring the day begins on a foundation of certainty. You step into the hall, listening to the soft, distant scraping of a broom on the back steps. The servant is sweeping. Her movements are respectful and deliberate, honouring the house's quietness. You pass the umbrella stand, catching the scent of damp leather and faint coal dust. Victorians rarely commented on these smells, but they were a constant part of the daily environment, silent reminders of work, weather and life outside the front door. Halfway down the hall, you pause by a small brass-framed mirror. It reflects your corseted posture, your shawl lying neatly on your shoulders, and the faint warmth still colouring your cheeks from the water cure. In this mirror, polished every morning, Victorians examined not vanity, but composure. Was the collar straight? Was the waist smooth? Was the expression calm? The morning required a particular face. Society required it more. You adjust a stray curl, run a gloved finger along your coat's lapel, and give an almost imperceptible nod to your reflection. It is a small gesture, yet one heavy with meaning. Respectability was not about flawlessness. It was about consistency, the careful upkeep of one's appearance as a reflection of inner order and sincerity. A final detail comes to mind as you turn away. Some Victorian writers suggested reciting a short private affirmation during this mirror moment, perhaps something like, "I present myself with sincerity." You imagine someone doing this silently, lips barely moving, hoping to set a determined tone for the day. Near the staircase, you notice the Morning Post has already been slipped through the letterbox. You bend at the hips, not the waist, as the corset prevents it, and collect the envelopes, advertisements, small notices, and perhaps a bill or two. You place them neatly on the hall table to be dealt with later in the day. Nothing may interrupt the morning sequence. Victorian routines flowed like water through a series of carved channels. You walk back toward your room, the house now filled with a fuller sound. Footsteps below, the soft clatter of dishes being arranged, the gentle hum of the city settling into its daily rhythm. You feel the satisfaction of having completed the social duties of the morning. correspondence written, requests answered, news absorbed. The household is aligned with your oversight, but as you step through your room's doorway, a new realization dawns. The next ritual is not about charity, correspondence, or duty. It concerns your own body. Once again, the Victorian belief in cleanliness reached far beyond brushing hair or washing the face. There are stranger, subtler forms of hygiene awaiting you, habits that speak volumes about the era's aspirations and anxieties. You feel the room's cool air settle around you like a familiar cloak. It is time to continue the morning cleansing. A new layer of the ritual unfolds. You close the door softly behind you, sealing yourself once more inside the cool quiet of your bedroom. The air here feels cleaner than before, fresher from the morning airing, steadier from the faint warmth of the fire rising through the floorboards. But Victorian mornings were layered, and tending the hair or washing the face was merely the start. To the Victorian sensibility, cleanliness resided in details the modern world rarely considers. It lingered in folds, in creases, in those small, silent spaces where impurities were believed to gather. You move toward the washstand once more, observing how the water in the basin has settled into a thin, cold glaze. Your reflection shimmers slightly on the faint surface, softening your features like an old photograph. Beside it rests a small collection of tools, tiny, precise, intended for areas of the body rarely mentioned in polite company today, but vital to Victorian hygiene. The first is a delicate earspoon. You lift it gently. Its handle is made of bone or ivory, cool, smooth, and its tiny scoop gleams faintly in the pale morning light. Victorians believed earwax had to be routinely removed to prevent dullness of thought and muddled hearing. It seems quaint now, but they treated this small ritual with surprising solemnity. You rotate the spoon between your fingers, appreciating its unexpected elegance. Even hygiene in the Victorian world had a sense of ceremony. You tilt your head slightly and bring the spoon to your ear with slow, intentional care. It is a peculiar sensation, light, subtly tickling, and strangely personal. The goal, according to household guides, was not to dig deeply, but to clear the opening, restoring clarity to the senses. You repeat the ritual on the other ear, mindful of every gentle movement. When you are finished, you wipe the spoon carefully on a square of linen set on the washstand. You put the ear spoon down and reach for the next item, a small glass vial filled with vinegar water. A thin strip of linen floats inside, saturated with the mixture. This is for the Victorian vinegar rub, one of the most widespread and oddest morning practices. Reformers claimed that wiping the body with diluted vinegar closed the pores and prevented miasma from settling into the skin. Others believed it cooled the humours or strengthened the nerves. Whatever the reason, the ritual was enduring. You lift the strip of vinegar-soaked linen. The scent is sharp, sour, and undeniably invigorating. You run it gently along your neck, feeling the cold seep into your skin, mixing with the faint warmth left from the water cure. The vinegar tingles, clearing the last traces of sleep from your senses. Victorians used this rub along the collarbone, under the arms, and behind the knees, anywhere they thought the body collected harmful vapours. You sweep the linen along each area with a calm, even motion. The chill feels purposeful, like a brushstroke of discipline applied directly to the skin. Next, your eyes fall upon a modest wooden brush with stiff bristles, the kind used not for hair, but for dry brushing the body. The practice came from older health traditions and was said to stimulate circulation and improve the complexion. You pick up the brush and test the bristles against your palm. They're almost abrasive, scratchy, but the sensation sends a faint, warm ripple through your hand. You draw the brush along your forearms first, then moving toward the heart, always toward the heart, as per Victorian health manuals. The bristles sting softly, awakening the skin in a way entirely different from vinegar or water. You move across your shoulders, chest, and upper back as far as the corset permits. The ritual is strange, yet it makes sense in its own context. Victorians believed in gradually awakening the body, layer by layer, stirring it like embers in a stove until the inner warmth took firm hold. Another item waits on the washstand, a tiny tin filled with scented powder. You lift the lid and inhale the soft aroma of lavender and orris root. This was not merely perfume, it was hygiene. A small application of powder was thought to keep the skin dry, discourage perspiration, and provide a subtle cleanliness throughout the day. You lift the powder puff and dab it lightly along your neck and shoulders, noticing how the scent softens the sharpness of the vinegar. Even the way the powder settles on your skin feels like a part of the morning's rhythm. Soothing, deliberate, almost a ritual. A familiar fact enters your awareness. The focus on cleanliness in the Victorian era was partially driven by the dread of sickness, but it was also fueled by the fear of societal disapproval. Hygiene communicated discipline, virtue, and self-control. Someone with a fresh scent and upright posture was regarded as having a solid moral character. But the unexpected detail arrives soon after. Some families kept small pouches of dried thyme or rosemary hidden within undergarments, believing these herbs offered protection against unhealthy air. You open the chest of drawers and find precisely this: a tiny cloth bag tied with a piece of string, resting among the fresh linens. You hold it near your nose. The rosemary fragrance is subtle yet reassuring, like a promise quietly kept throughout the day. You carefully replace it in the drawer. The room feels altered now, purified, sharpened, infused with brisk vinegar and fine powder, braced by stiff scrubbing and cooled by quiet airflow. Victorian personal care was not just about removing soil, it was about defining the self, shielding it, readying it for a world full of unknowns. Your skin is faintly stimulated, your stance is unwavering. The morning preparations deepen and another one approaches, this one adorning the body not with fragrance or water but with cloth. You return the rosemary sachet to its place in the drawer, letting its herbal trace linger softly as the linen layers settle over it. The room feels more defined now, clean, revitalized, touched by the ritualistic blend of vinegar, powder, and vigorous brushing. Victorian mornings had a way of building sensory layers until the entire body felt freshly roused, each action supporting the last like a carefully composed opening piece. You draw a slow breath, the corset guiding its ascent, and feel a sense of clarity take hold. But there is still more to this practice. You approach the washstand once more and notice a small porcelain dish you had not used yet, placed neatly, almost modestly to the side. Inside rests a thin slice of soap, noticeably smaller and finer than the block used before. This is Castile soap, valued for its mildness and reserved for washing those small sensitive areas Victorians believed required special care. You lift the dish gently, feeling the slight stickiness of the soap against your fingers. You take a clean linen cloth, immerse it in the warm water set aside earlier, and wring it out with slow, methodical movements. The cloth emits a faint steam in the cool air. You rub it over the Castile soap until a thin, rich lather forms, unlike modern foam, but pleasant and soft. Then you apply it to the nape of your neck, sweeping softly along the top edge of the corset where moisture might accumulate later in the day. Victorian guides insisted that these minor washes kept the skin calm and prevented irritation. Underneath tightly fitting clothes, you continue the gentle cleansing along the upper arms, collarbone, and behind the ears, spots frequently forgotten but which Victorians treated with almost sacred attention. The warm fabric glides across your skin in comforting passes, balancing the sharpness of the earlier vinegar rub. Layer by layer, the preparation takes form. Cold awakens, brushing stimulates, vinegar tones, powder calms. and now warm soap soothes. It is a calculated dance of texture and temperature. Once completed, you rinse the cloth, wring it once more, and hang it neatly over the side of the washstand. In Victorian homes, cloths were always hung to dry immediately. Damp linens were thought to attract miasma, and families took pride in keeping these items perfectly neat. You smooth it once with your palm, ensuring it hangs flat and crisp. Next, you reach for a small tin container with a screw-on lid. Opening it releases a faint aroma of rose water and beeswax. This is a simple homemade skin salve, intended to shield elbows and hands from the winter cold. You dip a fingertip lightly inside and warm the salve between your hands until it softens. Then you rub it into your wrists, your knuckles, the delicate small areas of your hands that chapped easily in the crisp Victorian air. The consistency is thick at first, but then melts into a smooth, protective coating, leaving a slight shine behind. Victorians valued well-kept hands greatly. Even those who did physical work prioritized tidiness, clean nails, smooth knuckles, and no lingering trace of coal or the kitchen. Many believed that a person's hands revealed their fundamental character. You trace your thumb along each fingertip, taking in the quiet satisfaction of the ritual. A customary observation enters your thoughts. Many women's periodicals of the time included entire sections dedicated to hand care, instructing women to massage glycerin mixtures, lemon peel, or even honey into their skin morning and night. Soft hands were considered an indication of gentleness and correctness, but the peculiar insight emerges almost immediately. Some Victorians maintained that briskly rubbing the hands after applying salve awakened the spirits in the fingertips. It sounds theatrical, almost fanciful, but as your fingertips grow warm under the movement, you grasp why the notion persisted. You put the salve down and look once more at the washstand. Only one item remains unused, a small tin of breath pastilles made of pressed sugar and herbs into pale green discs. These were not candy. They were believed to refresh the throat and keep the voice clear for conversation. You place one onto your tongue. It dissolves slowly, releasing its mild mint licorice flavour across your mouth, mingling with the faint trace of ginger from breakfast. This final action completes the Victorian hygiene ritual, not with a dramatic gesture, but with a quiet sealing of the senses. Clean skin, clear breath, stimulated nerves, and a posture sculpted by discipline and laces. You stand for a moment, absorbing the transformation. Your body feels both contained and unfettered, braced and softened, sharpened and soothed. The room itself seems to acknowledge the change. The frost on the window shimmers with a calmer glow. The faint odour of vinegar recedes beneath the lavender powder. Your image in the washstand mirror appears more composed, steadier, touched by the complex combination of cleansing steps only this era could devise. You smooth the top seam of the corset, slightly lift your chin and take one last breath. The skin is active, the body is calibrated. The morning deepens. And now comes one of the most significant Victorian rituals of all. The layering of clothes, the creation of identity and silhouette through buttons, fabric, laces and propriety. Clothing waits. You turn from the washstand, the faint scent of lavender powder following you like a soft ribbon, and face the wardrobe. Standing tall against the wall, its dark wood panels reflect a sliver of the morning light, polished to the kind of finish only years of careful maintenance can achieve. Victorian wardrobes were more than storage spaces. They were silent tributes to discipline, ritual, and the conviction that clothing shaped not just the body, but also the moral fibre. You open the doors slowly. Inside hangs a modest yet perfectly organised selection of clothes, layered, in an order so intentional that even the space between them seems part of the process. Everything begins with the base layers, the fabrics resting closest to the skin, warming it, protecting it from the structure and seams of the outer garments. Victorians conducted their lives in deliberate phases of dressing, with each element building toward the silhouette they believed conveyed self-respect and dignity. You reach first for the soft cotton chemisette folded on the shelf. Though small and delicate, it fulfills a crucial role in the morning routine. It tucks into the corset's neckline, forming a modest barrier between the bodice and the skin. You lift it and feel the cool fabric glide across your hands. Slipping it over your head requires careful motion. The corset allows only certain angles of movement, but once it settles against your chest, it softens the corset's edges and provides a whisper of warmth. Next comes the flannel petticoat. Victorians preferred flannel in winter. Practical, sturdy and warm, it kept the cold away. You remove the garment from its hanger and step into it, pulling it up carefully over the corset's lower edge. The fabric brushes your legs with a comforting weight. When you secure the waist ribbons, the flannel settles like a soft exhalation around your hips, its warmth contrasting with the memory of the morning's cold water and vinegar rub. It feels like the first real defense against the biting winter outside the window. Then you reach for the next layer, the quilted petticoat. Quilted petticoats, thicker and slightly heavier, were customary in the colder months, stitched in neat diamond patterns with thin batting inside that trapped warmth without adding excessive bulk. As you lift it, the faint rustling of the quilting fills the room. You step into it, tie the ribbons, and feel the garment drape around you like a protective covering. 2 petticoats now, 2 layers of softness, warmth, and structure. The shape has begun. You place a hand gently on the corset's busk, feeling how the layers settle around its rigidity. This interaction, hard structure enclosed in soft fabrics, was the essence of Victorian clothing. Every layer served a purpose: to shape, to warm, to protect, to prepare. Next comes the crinoline. Even in its modest daytime form, it carries a quiet authority. Not the expansive hoop skirts of evenings or ballrooms, but a smaller cage or starched petticoat intended for daily wear. A respectable shape, practical enough for navigating city streets and doorways, but still distinctly Victorian. You lift it with care. It feels lighter than its appearance suggests, stiff with thin whalebone supports or starched muslin running in soft arcs. Stepping into it demands a steady posture, the corset guiding your movement as you lower it into position. The crinoline settles with an airy, soft lift. It creates space around your legs, an airborne dome of fabric and air that Victorian women considered both elegant and practical. It also traps warmth, an unexpected benefit. On winter mornings, you take a few steps, testing the shape. The crinoline sways gently, its motion controlled by gravity and the quiet discipline of your walk. The corset supports the torso. The crinoline supports the skirts. Together they sculpt the recognizable Victorian silhouette, one that signifies propriety, dignity, and readiness for the day. Then comes the bodice you select, a day bodice made of deep winter wool. Practical, warm, rich, with a modest neckline and narrow sleeves. The fabric is finely woven but thick, dyed in a shade that complements the muted tones of the season. As you lift it, the garment feels heavy and cool, the kind of weight that implies quality craftsmanship. You guide your arms into the sleeves, feeling the snug fit over the corset and chemisette. Securing the bodice requires patience. Tiny buttons run along the side seam or down the front, each one demanding precision. Your fingers work carefully, button by button, feeling how the bodice moulds itself over the corset shape, smoothing the torso into a clean, unbroken line. Victorian clothing did not conceal its structure, it showcased it. Once fastened, the bodice further transforms your posture. Not painfully or restrictively, but with a sense of finality, as though the garment has sealed the morning's earlier preparations into place. The layers beneath warm your limbs. The corset supports your spine. The bodice frames your chest. Together they create the poised form Victorians believed was the external sign of internal discipline. A customary observation drifts in. Many households required dressing completely before breakfast, believing it demonstrated respect for the household routine. Others, more relaxed or rural, dressed after, exactly as you are now, transitioning from ritual purification to the ceremonial act of clothing the self. But alongside the practical comes the curious. Some Victorian superstitions warned against dropping a bodice button in the morning, claiming it foretold a day of minor misfortunes. You instinctively glance at the floor, all buttons secure, no bad sign to disturb the day. As the bodice settles, you smooth the wool with your hands along the seams. Your silhouette has taken shape, layered, structured, unmistakably Victorian. But the dressing ritual is far from complete. The next layer defines not the shape, but the world's perception of you. The final transformation, outerwear and accessories await. You stand for a moment, feeling the warmth and weight of your layers harmonise. The chemisette soft against the skin, the petticoats draped like protective circles, the crinoline lifting the skirts with light grace, and the bodice forming the dignified, structured torso Victorians prized. But you are not yet fully dressed for the world outside your home. Victorian mornings were incomplete until the full ensemble, the true external appearance of respectability, was finished from hem to collar. You turn back to the wardrobe, the garment that will top your silhouette hanging on the inner door. Your day gown. Its fabric softly reflects the morning light, a winter weight wool in muted tones of forest green or deep plum, the kind of colour favoured in the colder months for its gravity and warmth. Victorian fashion was not a fleeting choice, but a visual statement of one's discipline, values and poise. You slide your fingers along the gown's sleeve, appreciating the smooth texture of the wool. You unhook it carefully and bring it forward. The gown is heavier than the bodice alone. Its skirt is generous enough to fall gracefully over the crinoline without flattening its shape. You lift it from the hem, guide it over your head, and feel the fabric cascade in a single elegant sweep. It settles with surprising softness, falling into the natural rhythm of the layers underneath. You fasten the small hooks along the side or back, your fingers working with calm precision. Once secured, the gown changes everything. Your posture subtly shifts, more aligned, straighter, and the gown's weight grounds you, balancing the crinoline's lift with a gentle pull toward the floor. Victorian clothing often functioned like architecture, the petticoats as scaffolding, the corset as reinforcement, the gown as the facade. And now, standing there, in the complete structure, you understand how they intended clothing to shape not only presence, but movement. You step before the mirror. Your reflection meets you with composed elegance, the gown's fitted bodice smoothly tapering over the corset, the sleeves framing your arms with modest precision, the skirts fanning outward in a controlled sweep. You look distinctly Victorian, not just because of the colour or the fabric, but because the silhouette conveys a narrative of discipline, ritual, and the quiet power of structure. Now come the final details. You reach for your stockings, already warming near the fire earlier, and pull them up beneath the layers, securing them with hidden garters. Warmth wraps around your calves. The softness of the wool merges with the firmness of your boots waiting nearby. Next, you open the small drawer at the base of the wardrobe and find your gloves, soft kid leather in a muted shade that matches the gown. Gloves were crucial. Stepping outside without them was considered impolite, almost too familiar. You slide them on, feeling the snug embrace of the leather quickly moulding to your warmed skin. Victorian gloves always softened with use, and these have reached that perfect stage where they feel both effortless and protective. Then you pick up the winter shawl. Thickly woven, edged with subtle needlework, it drapes over your shoulders with comforting weight, adding warmth without disturbing the bodice's shape. You smooth it into place, letting it fall in an even, balanced line. A Victorian morning always favoured symmetry. Chaos belonged outside, not in the wardrobe. Your boots wait near the door. You kneel carefully, bending from the hips, and guide your feet into the sturdy leather. The familiar creak as they conform to the shape of your stockings feels like a small but rewarding ritual. You lace them, knot, tuck, and stand again, feeling how your height changes ever so slightly. With a full ensemble, a customary detail surfaces. Victorian etiquette demanded that a lady be fully composed before leaving her bedroom, hair, gown, gloves, collar and shawl in place, so she would never appear unprepared should someone call. Clothing was readiness, but then comes the charming fringe detail Victorians loved. Many women believed that fastening the last hook of the gown, while recalling a happy memory, guaranteed a cheerfully ordered day. It is a sweet superstition, and as you remember a warm moment, a kindness shared, a letter received last week, you feel the ritual settle sweetly. Now, fully dressed in morning attire, you reach for one final accessory, the small cameo brooch resting in the jewellery box. It is modest, oval, carved with a classical figure. Nothing showy but deeply Victorian in its meaning. You fasten it at your collar and the click of the clasp feels like the true concluding note of dressing. You breathe in, the corset shapes the inhale, the gown frames the exhale. Your reflection shows not just clothing, but identity. The Victorian morning has completed its physical transformation, yet one ritual still awaits, one that calls you beyond the confines of your room and into the daily domestic duties that hold the household together. The morning room awaits you. You take one last look at your reflection. Shawl draped, gown smoothed, gloves fitted perfectly to your fingers, and then step toward the door. The steady firmness of the corset, the weight of your clothes, and the soft sway of the crinoline turn every movement into something intentional, something measured. This is how Victorians carried themselves, as if each step were a small assertion of dignity. And now, as you enter the hallway, you feel the shift. Not from routine to ritual, but from the private world of dressing to the communal world of the household. The morning room waits for you. Victorian houses were often designed around this quiet refuge, a place for light writing, reading, needlework, or simply gathering one's thoughts before the heavier responsibilities of the day began. You move down the hallway, your boots tapping softly against the wooden floor. The house feels awake now. Somewhere below you hear the clatter of dishes being prepared, the soft hum of coal being shifted in the scuttle, and the steady rhythm of sweeping. The servants perform their own morning rituals, invisibly woven into yours. You push open the door to the morning room, and a soft wash of pale winter light greets you. The curtains are partially drawn, allowing a diffused glow to spill across the carpet. The small fire has been started, a modest flame licking its way along the kindling, providing just enough warmth to alleviate the lingering chill. Victorian households rarely wasted fuel, especially in winter. The goal was not excessive heat. It was comfort without luxury. You step inside. A writing desk sits near the window, its surface neatly arranged with blotting paper, a quill, and inkstand. A small sofa rests by the opposite wall with a folded lap blanket waiting patiently across its arm. In the centre of the room stands a low table set with a simple vase of winter greenery, holly, pine, perhaps a sprig of ivy, arranged not solely for decoration, but as a reminder of nature's persistence in the coldest season. This room is a transition, a retreat between the private morning rituals and the practical duties of the day. You carefully lower yourself onto the sofa, feeling the crinoline arc outward in a soft, controlled sweep. The layers settle around you like a gentle cocoon. The silence is warm, almost meditative. Victorians valued this stillness, believing that even busy households required a space where the mind could settle, where thoughts could be organised like letters in a box. Your hands rest neatly on your lap, gloves smoothing the posture into its correct Victorian line. You notice a small tray next to the sofa, with items arranged in a way that tells you precisely what comes next. A small stack of correspondence, a sewing basket, and the morning mending kit. No household, no matter how grand, operated without these small practical rituals. Victorian mornings often included a review of linens and garments, a loose button, a tiny tear in a cuff, a frayed hem. These were addressed immediately, long before they became larger problems. The principle was simple. Order begins with the smallest details. You lift the sewing basket, onto your lap and open it slowly. Inside lies a tidy assortment of thread spools, needles, small scissors, and pins tucked into a velvet cushion. Everything is in its place, and everything waits for your attention. You inspect the gloves first. They are new enough that they show minimal wear, but you run a gloved finger along the seams regardless. Victorians harboured a quiet fear of appearing dishevelled in public. Even a loose stitch was seen as a failure of discipline. Next, you lift the small pile of items placed in the basket the night before. Your handkerchief with a slightly fraying corner, a loose hook on the back of the bodice, and a button from one of your petticoats that must have been pulled loose during last week's vigorous cleaning day. You thread the needle with practiced ease. It slips through your fingers like a silver ribbon. The act of mending is as much a necessity as a meditation. Each stitch is a small restoration, a reclaiming of order in a world susceptible to fraying edges. The rhythmic in and out through the fabric becomes a quiet pulse, a heartbeat of domestic life. A common fact lingers in your mind. Victorian households considered sewing a vital skill, not only for economy, but for morality. A well-mended garment reflected diligence, thrift, and self-respect, qualities the era held in high esteem. But then comes the fringe detail, one of those charming little beliefs tucked into household advice books. Some women claimed that stitching in the morning sunlight sealed good fortune into the day's cloth. You catch the edge of sunlight creeping over your lap, soft and golden. And while you do not fully believe in magical luck, you understand the comfort in the idea. You finish the handkerchief first, smoothing the newly reinforced edge with satisfaction. Then the petticoat button, firmly attached. Now, with careful neat stitches. The hook on the bodice is last, a small repair, but one that ensures your silhouette remains perfectly composed throughout the day. With each stitch, the morning room grows warmer, the quiet deeper, the ritual more complete. You place the mended items neatly beside you and feel the calm settle in your chest like a warm ember. But the morning ritual is not only about maintaining clothing, it is also about preparing the environment, aligning air, texture and space so that the household itself wakes properly. And now another duty calls, tending to the room one small detail at a time. You set the sewing basket aside, smoothing the folds of your gown as you rise from the sofa. The morning room is gentle and still, warmed only by the modest glow of the fire and the faint winter sun creeping across the carpet. This quiet sanctuary is more than a place to sit. Victorians treated it as a space to cultivate a sense of inner steadiness, harmony and order before the day pressed forward with its demands. Now comes the ritual of tending the room itself. You start with the low table. A few newspapers lie neatly stacked, but one corner of yesterday's print protrudes by a fraction. You straighten it with delicate precision, aligning the edges perfectly. Disorder, even the smallest kind, was believed to disrupt the mind. Victorian households prized the subtle art of arrangement. Nothing rigid, nothing garish, just intentional, tidy placement of objects that made the space feel composed. You adjust the vase. Next, a simple arrangement of winter greenery. A sprig of holly leans ever so slightly to the right, so you lift it and reposition it among the pine needles until the balance feels correct. The scent of evergreen rises faintly, clean and crisp, offering a refreshing contrast to the warm coal glow behind you. Victorians often kept nature indoors during winter, believing it improved the mental constitution, a phrase that sounds clinical but speaks to their belief in emotional balance. You move toward the window and gently pull the curtain back another inch. More light spills into the room. Delicate, cool, pale. Victorian homes cherished morning light even in winter for its moral symbolism. Honesty meant clarity. Light meant honesty. Light meant the household was fully awake. As the curtain shifts, a few dust motes shimmer in the air, swirling softly like tiny silver specks. Next comes the hearth. You settle gently, leaning from your hips instead of your back, to inspect the modest fire within the grate. The embers burn steadily, but the flames diminish, dropping low. You pick up the poker and shift a few blocks into position, rousing the glowing coals to life. The blaze instantly grows brighter, casting distinct shadows across the floor covering. People in the Victorian era felt that the domestic flame, regardless of size, represented comfort, acceptance, and safety. Even this humble fire holds a distinct presence, grounding the space with silent significance. You brush off your coverings and stand once more, focusing on the chair pads. One has moved from where you placed it before. You lift it gently and reset it into the proper corner, smoothing the textile with a light hand. This simple motion feels almost formal. Victorian mornings relied on routine. Even during the most necessary tasks, a mainstream detail surfaces in your thoughts. Many Victorian residences devoted the morning room to peaceful and proper serenity. No elevated voices, no hurry, no loud housekeeping. This area was the symbolic starting point for the day's mood. Calm, organised, and morally sound. But then the predictable minor detail appears, an odd, small custom mentioned in etiquette guides. Organising a room moving clockwise was thought to draw in positive energy. Some families moved systematically from the left to the right every morning, believing it kept the day flowing correctly. You catch yourself smiling at the notion, and then, without intending to, you realise you have been moving in a clockwise direction the entire time. You conclude with the divan. The covering has slid down slightly where you rested earlier. You fold it precisely, neat angles, smooth edges, and drape it across the arm exactly as it belongs. The room appears whole now, steady, refined, and quietly animated. You pause in the middle of the space, letting your gaze sweep over the area. Everything shines with silent structure. The vessel upright, the cushions neatened, the drapes set, the fire stoked. The morning room breathes as if it has just awakened alongside you. You stand still for an extra moment, allowing the peace to settle over you like a second wrap. Victorians believed that maintaining one's environment helped reinforce the composure gained through grooming and personal care. It was more than just cleaning. It was about shaping the setting in which the rest of the day would unfold. And now that the room has been restored, your morning ritual is prepared to transition again from quiet haven to the subtle social customs that governed every Victorian day. Because you will soon receive others, relatives, neighbours, associates, each of them anticipating a certain charm, a certain composure, a certain readiness. The day is now pulling you outward. You leave the morning room with one last look at its renewed balance. The muted light, the balanced plant life, the brightened grate. The stillness there remains in your core like a held breath as you step back into the hall. But Victorian mornings were never meant to remain isolated for long. After tending to yourself and the home, the next custom drew you outward toward the subtle order of social interaction that defined the age. This is the hour for the morning call. Not a visit you pay, but the chance of one arriving at your entrance. Victorian calling rules were their own delicate system. A visitor might show up unannounced, simply leaving a piece of paper. Or they might remain for 10 minutes, never more, exchanging polite pleasantries, observations about the climate, or updates on family well-being. It was a practice founded on precise routine. You did not receive callers in disorder. You greeted them ready, composed, fully occupying your morning appearance. You proceed down the staircase slowly, each step guided by the strong hold of the undergarment, the gentle swing of the petticoat, and the heaviness of the covering resting over your shoulders. The rail feels cool beneath your covered hand, As you arrive at the ground level, the faint smell of coal and baking bread drifts through the passage, the household moving nearer to midday activity. The front entry is tidy, its floor tiles cleaned, the holder upright, and the small surface beneath the glass arranged with quiet grace. The glass now reflects your entire form. Dark winter attire, ornamental pin at the neckline, covering snugly fitted, posture exact. If a visitor arrived at this instant, the sight would be precisely as Victorian etiquette demanded. On the surface next to yesterday's mail is the card from earlier, the one discreetly placed in the morning container. You pick it up once more, feeling the raised edge with your covered fingers. Calling cards served as miniature representations of identity, their quality, their lettering, even the small designs printed on the corner, all conveyed subtle details about status, taste, and connection. You slip the card into a small vessel designated for such tokens. Victorians often kept these containers near the entry, each card a tiny record of the day's social connections. Who had stopped by, who had acknowledged you, who remained within the delicate flow of mutual courtesy. A quiet rap suddenly echoes from the entrance. Soft, proper, exact, just as etiquette stipulated. Your breathing pauses for an instant, not from anxiety, but from awareness. Victorian knocks carried meaning, a sharp rap signalled official matters. A quick one suggested necessity, but this soft, steady tempo. A morning visitor. You move toward the entrance, adjusting your covering without thought. The undergarment keeps your spine straight, the dress guides your movements, and the coverings prepare your hands for the custom of greeting. You slide the latch and open the door just enough to reveal the arrival. A neighbour stands on your step, enclosed in a dark woolen outer garment, her breath forming light mist in the cool air. Her covered hand extends a calling card between two fingers, presented delicately as the social guides instruct. Behind her the street is silent, touched by ice and faint chimney smoke. You offer a polite acknowledgement, pleasant but reserved. Politeness must never cross into excessive familiarity too quickly. She returns the gesture with equal poise. Her call will last no longer than 10 minutes. Morning calls were never dialogues. They were actions, like carefully rehearsed steps in a social dance. You open the door wider and invite her inside with gentle words, leading her towards the morning room you tended so carefully moments before. You walk alongside her, conscious of the dress's flow, your movements matching hers in Victorian formality. Even the speed of the walk mattered, neither rushed nor slow, but calm and assured. Once settled in the morning room, you exchanged superficial comments, remaining strictly within the boundaries of acceptable morning conversation. The climate, the frost, the imminent delivery of fuel, a shared acquaintance's recent improvement after illness. Nothing too personal, nothing too serious before noon. Morning exchanges were meant to maintain peace, not stir strong feeling. A common truth runs through your mind. Calling protocol functioned as the social bond of Victorian communities, allowing neighbours to recognise one another without invading privacy. It established a rhythm of mutual awareness. But then comes the obscure detail, one of those charming social eccentricities. Some families believed it brought bad fortune to sit in the same chair as the last guest, so hosts quietly rotated seating to dissipate lingering energies. You observe your visitor has chosen a different seat than yesterday's caller. Whether deliberate or automatic, the custom holds. Your guest stays only a few minutes, offering pleasant words about the plants in your vessel and the heat of your hearth. Then she stands, straightening the material of her outer garment sleeves. You rise with her, mirroring her calm stance. A graceful exchange of goodbyes follows. Short, pleasant, structured, exactly as conduct manuals advise. You walk her to the door, open it gently, and step back. As she moves down the front steps, she turns for a final proper acknowledgement before fading into the pale winter light. You close the door softly. The hall becomes silent once more. Your stance remains upright, your breathing steady, your appearance undisturbed. The morning call has concluded without issue, woven into your routine with the same refinement as every other part of the Victorian morning. But now, a new obligation awaits, one that belongs not to social life, but to your function within the home. The change from visitor to domestic supervisor begins. You rest your hand lightly on the closure after closing the entrance, letting the silence settle again into the hallway. The slight coolness from the open entry slowly disappears into the warmer air of the house, leaving behind the soft memory of the morning call, its practiced manners, measured voices, and delicate composure. Victorian existence thrived on such small routines, each one reinforcing the network of connections that held communities together. But now that the neighbour has left and the card rests neatly in its container, your focus shifts inward once more to the responsibilities that define your position within the home. Social grace has been performed. Now comes domestic oversight. You walk toward the rear of the hallway, your footwear tapping with that regular measure established by the undergarment. The petticoat sways softly with each movement, brushing lightly against your underskirts. As you pass the dining room opening, the faint reassuring scent of baking bread rises from the cooking area. Below, the house is moving toward midday, but the morning's duties are not yet finished. You arrive at the small domestic work area, a narrow space with a surface for writing, shelves of record books, and a date sheet pinned neatly on the wall. Many Victorian homes, even modest ones, contained such areas, a central point of command where the day's tasks were managed. You take a seat, placing your covered hands briefly on the cool timber of the writing surface. Even this moment feels customary, as if settling into the home's operational core. The first duty? Checking the staff's schedule. A small notepad lies open on the surface, listing each person's chores for the day. Cleaning, fire upkeep, laundry, mending, running errands. Victorian homes relied heavily on these schedules. Without them, confusion quickly crept in. You review the assignments, making sure no one is overburdened. Fairness was important. Even within strict rank structures, a balanced home relied on equilibrium. You hear footsteps approach gently. A soft rap sounds at the edge of the area, and your staff member appears. Hands folded, stance respectful, she carries the morning status report. The wash has been sorted, the produce ready for midday preparation, and the coal container set by the back steps. She speaks calmly and briefly. Victorian staff were taught to communicate effectively without unnecessary detail. You acknowledge her words, offering clear but gentle directives. You inquire about the worn metal piece on the storage door and whether the supply cart has passed by yet. She responds with quiet assurance, then waits. There is one more expected custom, a review of the daily household needs. You look toward the small wooden surface hanging beside the desk, a record of supplies. Cleansing material, coal, lamp fuel, tea leaves, grain. The essentials that keep a Victorian home functional. You step toward the surface, your garment brushing softly along the floor, and begin marking what needs refilling. The marking tool scratches lightly as you write. Acceptable. Lamp fuel, low. Grain nearly depleted. Tea, sufficient. The list forms the foundation of your afternoon tasks. Though those duties are still hours away, a common truth resurfaces. Victorian homes were small economic centres, requiring constant watchfulness. The woman of the house, or sometimes the eldest family member, was expected to manage it skillfully, ensuring saving without appearing stingy. Wastefulness was viewed as a lack of character, careful management as quiet good behaviour. You dismiss the staff member with a pleasant nod. She bows slightly before returning to her duties, her movements soft against the wooden steps. When she disappears, the area fills again with silence, the type of functional quiet that belongs to rooms of planning and work. But there remains one final part to this custom, one that combines responsibility with a surprising touch of Victorian oddity. You open the small drawer beneath the desk and take out a narrow metal container. Inside lies a collection of tiny wax sheets, smooth and pale, with a pointed tool tucked next to them. Some Victorian homes use these sheets for short-term notes, reminders intended to last only hours. You run your covered finger across the wax's cool texture. This is where you record the less urgent duties, air out the hall rug, check the damaged window glass, inspect sewing needles for blunt tips. As you take up the tablet, the pointed tool slides across the surface with welcome smoothness, etching pale lines into the amber-coloured substance. This private custom feels close, almost like a secret, less rigid than using a formal ledger, more immediate than planning on a schoolroom slate. When the jobs on your list are finished later, you will simply use the warmth of your palm to soften the surface and wipe it clean once more, washing away the morning's notes like condensation from a window pane. A piece of trivia comes to mind as you record your tasks. There was a belief among some Victorians that using temporary wax notes helped purify the mind, suggesting that worries noted only briefly were worries released just as quickly. A total erasure, a small cleansing routine. You place the tablet down, feeling a quiet satisfaction settle comfortably in your chest. The house is ordered. The day is laid out. The initial morning contact is done, now woven seamlessly into the day's larger structure. You stand again, smoothing the fabric of your dress and adjusting your outer wrap. The entire household resonates with a low sound in the distance, warmed by the prepared fire, structured by established habit, shaped by your careful attention. One final morning ritual remains, one that calls you away from the internal stillness of the house and toward the tiny sphere just outside the front door. Because the Victorians were devoted not only to arranging their domestic space, but to stepping out briefly to assess the day itself, the entrance calls to you once more. You move away from the private inner room with a quiet sense of achievement from countless small, unseen tasks, accounts checked, lists balanced, stores inventoried, the wax tablet now holding the quiet hum of the day's commitments. The home feels transformed now, not because a physical change has occurred, but because everything has been recognised and placed. This is the Victorian approach, a morning constructed not on hurry, but on mindful, gracious custodianship. But now the focus of the ritual shifts from inside to outside. It is time to acknowledge the day waiting for you. You proceed along the corridor toward the front entry. Once again, the wooden floors creak softly beneath the soles of your boots, a comforting sound, dependable and steady. The structure of the corset keeps your posture upright, your shoulders aligned. Every step feels considered, almost like a ceremony. The closer you get to the door, the more the winter chill seems to penetrate the small gaps, serving as a quiet reminder of the world waiting beyond the lintel. Victorians prized the doorstep inspection, a quick yet important custom in which one stepped just outside to quickly survey the weather, the street conditions, and the subtle atmosphere of the morning. It was not a leisurely walk or stroll. It was a fleeting moment of quiet connection between the interior and the external world, a chance to decide how the day's activities should be handled. You reach the main hall. The faint aroma of cold air lingers near the entrance frame. The floor tiles are spotless, their edges catching the faint morning light filtering in. You pause before the small looking glass hanging next to the coat stand, giving your appearance one final, thorough check. The carved brooch rests perfectly centred. Your gloves are pristine. Your dress falls in faultless folds. The underskirt maintains its arc. You look prepared not only for the elements, but for social correctness. Your gloved hand reaches for the mechanism. The sound is faint, a a soft clicking noise, and then a thin edge of frosty light slices across the floor as you gently ease the door open. The cold air greets you like a familiar presence. It wraps around your face, sweeping beneath your shawl and along the visible skin of your neck. The air outside is more piercing than it was earlier in your morning routine, as if it has become sharper now that the sun is higher, but still unable to fully counter the deep winter chill. You step out onto the front landing, your boots meeting the stone with a solid, measured sound. The street scene opens before you. Fine plumes of smoke from chimneys spiral into the sky. Frost adheres to the metal railings in intricate, delicate patterns like lace. A cart for milk distribution rumbles down the pavement, its wheels making a muffled grinding sound over the frozen crust covering the cobblestones. The attendant who lit the lamps, whom you saw earlier, is long since gone, leaving the streetlights unlit but still holding a faint warmth. Victorians cherished this brief moment. They believed the first genuine look at the world set one's disposition, one's readiness, even one's moral purpose for the hours ahead. You draw a deep breath. The cold air enters your lungs with a metallic clarity, slightly restricted by the corset, but nonetheless invigorating. Your breath escapes your lips in a pale, misty cloud. Your eyes tear up just slightly from the bite of the air, a sensation they regarded as healthy, even purifying. A common piece of knowledge comes forward. Many homes kept a small device for measuring air pressure near the entrance, consulting it before going outside. It served both as a scientific instrument and a kind of morning prediction tool. You glance to your right, and there it is, a modest barometer attached just inside, its metal shining faintly. The indicator hovers between predicting change and frost, confirming precisely what your skin already registers. But then comes the peculiar Victorian detail, the rumour passed around in personal notes and journals. Some believed that if you exhaled toward the left on a chilly morning and saw your breath travel toward the right, it promised a day of unexpected good fortune. Foolish, yes, but charming. You indulge the superstition, breathing out gently into the cold. The cloud of vapour drifts slightly to the right. You allow yourself a small smile. Your eyes sweep over the street again. A neighbour's door opens further down the lane, releasing a quick puff of warm indoor air. She steps out, wrapped tightly, and offers you a polite nod from a distance. You return the gesture, a small, silent acknowledgement that fits perfectly into the social customs of Victorian mornings. You descend one step, allowing your boots to make contact with the stone dusted with ice. This is part of the custom as well, testing the ground conditions underfoot. Is the surface slippery, soft, or treacherous? Victorians used this quick assessment to decide whether to alter plans, change routes, or dispatch a household worker ahead to ensure safe travel. You touch the stone carefully with the toe of your boot. The frost is firm but not dangerously icy, safe enough for the day's tasks. You stand on the landing, just long enough for the cold to sharpen your awareness once more. The corset maintains your tall posture, your shawl protects your shoulders, and the heavy wool of the dress holds the warmth you accumulated inside. You feel balanced, partly defined by the house's rituals, partly awakened by the winter's crispness. This brief external check completes the outward-facing segment of the Victorian morning. You have acknowledged the world, and the world has acknowledged you, and now the day itself feels prepared to begin. But before you go back inside, one more element of the custom calls to you, a deeply Victorian habit that combines necessity with an almost affectionate concern. It is time to check the state of the household's plants and window ledges. You step back inside, pulling the door closed softly behind you, allowing the cold to recede like a quiet guest vanishing into the street. The warmth of the house, slight as it is in winter, greets you with a familiar comfort. Your gloves still retain a trace of the outside chill, and your dress carries a whisper of the outdoor frost along its lower edge. But this moment, this transition back into the enclosed world, is exactly where the next custom takes root. Victorians believed that a well-kept home had a vital presence just as a person did, and a part of that presence resided in the window ledges, the potted plants, and the small domestic areas that welcomed the early light. You proceed slowly along the corridor, the soft movement of your underskirt marking your steps. The corset keeps your back straight, guiding your breathing into its deliberate Victorian tempo. As you enter the small front sitting room, a softer counterpart to the morning room, you sense the subtle change in atmosphere. This room is designated for beauty, for minor pleasures, for the quiet pride of maintaining a house that reflects the character of those who live in it. Your eyes immediately move to the array of modest potted plants positioned along the window ledge. A collection of winter ferns, trailing vines, and perhaps a couple of resilient geraniums. Victorians were deeply fond of indoor plants, believing they introduced a freshness of spirit into the household. More practically, they added life to rooms often darkened by the long winter season. You approach the nearest container. The soil appears slightly dry at the top, fissured like a miniature landscape awaiting moisture. You lift the pot carefully, not too high, just enough to judge its weight. A dry pot feels light. One that has been watered holds the density of its moisture. This one is on the boundary, and Victorian habit discouraged overwatering, favouring moderation in all things. You replace it gently and adjust the leaves so they catch the faint sunlight filtering through the slightly frosted glass. Next, you inspect the ivy, drawing your gloved finger along the edge of a leaf. It has accumulated a fine film of dust, barely perceptible, yet present. Victorian households were intensely concerned with dust. They feared it, fought against it, blaming it for everything from low spirits to breathing problems. You retrieve the light feather duster, resting discreetly behind the curtain, and brush it delicately across the leaves. The feather tips whisper over the green surface, creating a soft sound like the turning of light paper. You move to the next container, another fern, this one a richer green, fuller, flourishing in spite of the season. Victorians held an almost obsessive affection for ferns. The enthusiasm was so widespread that later authors humorously dubbed it pteridomania. You angle the pot slightly to check for water pooling beneath it. None is present. The plant sits upright, a small kingdom of green in a time of natural slumber. A general thought crosses your mind. Households maintained plants not only for their beauty, but because they were believed to cleanse the inside air, counteracting the smoke, soot, and city fog that drifted in from the streets. In a way, they were correct. Plants do soften stark interiors, introduce a sense of peace, and serve as a reminder of natural vitality beyond the window glass. But then comes the quaint detail, one of those charming Victorian idiosyncrasies. Some individuals placed coins on the soil of their potted plants, thinking it brought good luck or allowed the plant to share in the family's financial well-being. You peer between the leaves and notice a tiny copper coin nestled near the base of the ivy's stem. Perhaps it was placed there by a member of the household long ago. Perhaps it merely rolled there by chance. In either case, it has become part of the ritual's quiet mystique. With the plants attended to, you shift your focus to the window ledges themselves. You brush your gloved hand along the wooden edge, feeling the slight unevenness beneath the paint, the result of countless winters expanding and shrinking the wood. A minute drop of water glistens in the corner where the frost has begun to melt. Victorian housekeeping manuals frequently advised wiping the sills every day, not just for cleanliness, but to prevent the encroaching moisture from damaging the woodwork. You lift a small linen cloth from the adjacent table and carefully blot the wetness, folding the cloth neatly to keep your gloves dry. You pause for a moment, observing how the light catches the frost clinging to the glass's perimeter. The crystalline patterns shift subtly as the sun rises, a fragile lace created by nature. Victorians adored this phenomenon, often referring to frost as the handwriting of winter. Standing here, you understand the sentiment. It feels like a private message from the day itself. Then, as the sunlight grows stronger, you test the window latch, not to open it fully, as that was done earlier, but to confirm it is secured, neither too tight nor too loose. A properly fastened window was crucial for preventing drafts, ensuring ventilation, and maintaining the delicate balance of air the Victorians so highly valued. Satisfied, you smooth your dress, the wool brushing softly over your gloves. The plants are thriving, the sill is dry, the window is firm, and the house feels cared for, alive in the quiet, domestic way that Victorian mornings celebrated. You step back, letting the light fall across your face. Just as your figure is shaped by the corset and garments, the home is shaped by these small acts of maintenance. The morning custom deepens with every action. And now, with the window ledge and greenery refreshed, another Victorian ritual calls, one that draws you into the gentle process of preparing the mind and the house for visitors, conversation, and the hours ahead. The formal reception room awaits its morning revitalization. You quietly exit the sitting room, allowing the faint scent of ivy and polished timber to accompany you as you re-enter the corridor. The house feels fully awake now, genuinely alert. Not because of noise or urgency, but because every room you have touched has begun to resonate with its own quiet sense of order. Yet one more area awaits its morning renewal. And this space held a vital position in Victorian life, the parlour. If the morning room is your private retreat, the parlour is your public area, a space for receiving guests, engaging in polite conversation, and presenting the household as composed, reputable, and attentive. No Victorian morning was fully complete until the parlour was made ready. Even if no visitors were expected, the room had to be prepared. It was as much a symbol of moral discipline as the ironed dress or the polished boot. You proceed toward the parlour door, your steps hushed, your figure steady beneath the layers of skirt. The corset guides your breath in that familiar restrictive rhythm. The shawl rests warmly against your shoulders. The movement of your dress follows you like a companion. You open the parlour door. A faint coolness greets you, the lingering chill of a room left undisturbed overnight. The air feels static, untouched, waiting. Morning light filters through the fine curtains in narrow golden shafts, highlighting dust motes that float gently as if suspended in slow motion. The fireplace here has not yet been lit, and the subtle aroma of yesterday's ashes hangs delicately in the air. Victorians viewed the parlour as a reflection of the home's essential nature. A tidy parlour meant an orderly mind, a calm parlour reflected a tranquil domestic life, and so, like every morning ritual, this task carries a purpose far beyond mere aesthetics. You start with the mantelpiece. A line of small ceramic figures stands proudly on top of it, delicate, sentimental, chosen with care. You lift each one, brushing its base with your gloved fingertips to remove any settled dust. The porcelain is cool to the touch, the painted expressions fixed in pleasant poses. Victorians were devoted to these tiny pieces. They were seen as symbols of refinement in a society that often favoured the rough and practical. Next, you turn your attention to the main seating. You move toward the upholstered furniture with the soft, sweeping motion of your skirts echoing on the carpet. The seat cushions bear the faint indentations of yesterday's gatherings. Subtle dips, where guests may have sat, or where you yourself rested during the late afternoon. You gently pat each cushion, carefully restoring its shape. The fibres of the covering rise under your touch, like a surface coming back to life. A practical note: many households kept different sets of cushion covers for morning and afternoon use, lighter fabrics for the start of the day, heavier ones for evening events. Your cushions are still dressed in their morning fabrics, pale shades, crisp textures meant to capture the daylight. Then you move toward the central table. Here lies the true focus of the parlour, the area where visitors left their calling cards, where tea might later be served, where books lay ready for polite discussion to transition into a more relaxed atmosphere. The table is scattered with a few small items from the previous evening: a closed book of poetry, a pair of eyeglasses, a small embroidery hoop resting mid-stitch. You gather the objects carefully, the poems returned to their proper shelf, the eyeglasses to their case, the embroidery hoop to its basket. Victorians believed that leisure, when visible, should always remain organised. Pleasure was never meant to appear haphazard. You wipe the table surface with a soft cloth, restoring the faint sheen of the well-cared-for wood. Your gaze shifts to the upright piano in the corner. Its presence fills the room with quiet prestige. Even unplayed, it signifies the household's cultural refinement. You walk toward it, lifting the keyboard cover gently to reveal the ivory keys. They shine faintly in the morning light. You run a gloved finger along them, not to play a note, but to check for any dust. A perfectly maintained parlour always included an instrument ready for use. Music was not simply entertainment. It was considered moral upliftment. A home without a functional piano was often viewed as lacking refinement altogether. You close the keyboard cover softly. As you move away, a faint fluttering sound draws your attention to the lace window dressings. One corner has sagged slightly, perhaps pulled down by the weight of condensation or the subtle movement of a draft overnight. You lift the edge and fasten it again with a small metal hook. Immediately the window looks neater, more intentional. Then comes the small anecdote, the charming oddity Victorians enjoyed sharing between the lines of household guides. Some believed that if the parlour curtains hung unevenly in the morning, it foretold an unexpected visitor arriving before the evening meal. You tilt your head, amused, recalling the neighbour who greeted you earlier. Perhaps the superstition has already fulfilled its purpose. Your focus shifts next to the hearth. The ashes are fine, grey, and very light. You kneel, being careful to bend only from the hips as the corset dictates, and collect the ashes into a small metal pan. The subtle scent of cooled coal dust rises around you, familiar and oddly reassuring. Once cleared, the fireplace looks like a blank surface, awaiting the afternoon's warmth. You stand up, lightly dusting your gloves. The parlour is different now, brighter, balanced, with expectation woven into every chair and cushion. Victorians believed a prepared parlour invited harmony into the home, regardless of whether a person stepped across the threshold or not. And as you survey the room, the tidy mantel, the plumped cushions, the polished table, the straight curtains, you feel that harmony settling into your own breathing. The room is ready for company, even if none arrives. Readiness is the entire purpose. But the Victorian day is not lived exclusively inside four walls. Another ritual awaits, one that guides you outside once more, this time not into society, but into the practical duties of household errands. Late morning is approaching, and with it your next obligation. You take one last look around the parlour, the freshly arranged mantel, the bright curtains, the restored cushions, and feel the subtle satisfaction that only a well-cared-for room can provide. Sunlight lies gently across the carpet, and the faint blend of ashes, lace and polished wood blends into the quiet atmosphere. The parlour is prepared, poised like a still photograph of Victorian composure. And now, with this final domestic task complete, your morning custom must move outward once again. Because the Victorian day demands necessary errands. You smooth the front of your dress, feeling the familiar, reassuring firmness of the corset beneath, then adjust your shawl. The parlour door closes softly behind you as you return to the hallway. The house feels warmer now. The fireplace is burning steadily, the air carrying the comforting aroma of rising bread and coal. Somewhere, a faint noise suggests activity in the kitchen, perhaps dishes being dried or vegetables being prepared for the midday meal. but your route directs you toward the front door once more. Victorians often set aside this late morning period for small domestic tasks outside the home, fetching provisions, mailing letters, visiting the local butcher or baker, or collecting items ordered the previous week. These errands were not to be rushed. They were small expeditions, structuring the framework of the day. You reach the entrance hall and pause briefly before the looking glass. The carved brooch sits neatly at your collar. Your gloves show no trace of dust. Your shawl drapes evenly. The crinoline, though voluminous, retains its graceful curve. Everything is correct. Order is the way a Victorian entered the outside world. You pull open the drawer of the small hall table and take out your reticule, your small cloth handbag. It is made of soft, embroidered fabric, sturdy enough to carry coins and domestic lists, but elegant enough to signal refined taste. You slip it over your wrist, feeling its lightweight bounce gently against your glove. Next to it lies the folded shopping list you compiled earlier: lamp oil, flour, thread, and perhaps a small treat if the baker managed a fresh batch despite the winter chill. You tuck the list into your reticule, hearing the faint rustle of paper settling into place. Then your eyes find the household key. Only one, simple but important. You lift it by its brass ring and secure it inside the bag. Victorian guidance manuals advised always checking for the key twice before leaving the house. For many homes, the key symbolised duty, authority, and carefulness, especially on cold mornings when doors often swelled or warped slightly in their frames. Before stepping outside, you draw your shawl tighter and wrap it across your chest, pinning it neatly at the shoulder with the small brooch designated for errands. This brooch is not ornamental. It is functional, intended to keep the shawl from moving. As you walk, your hand rests on the door latch. Another breath, then the cold greets you again as you step onto the front stoop. The winter street feels sharper now than before. The frost that had glazed the stones earlier has thawed in certain areas, leaving irregular patches of slippery surface. The milk cart is gone, but you hear a distant noise, possibly the coal delivery wagon making its rounds. A thin plume of white vapour rises from chimneys as households prepare for midday warmth. You begin your walk. Your boots make a rhythmic crunching sound on the frosty cobblestones. The corset encourages a measured pace. No hasty strides, just steady progress. The crinoline sways in a gentle arc, creating a pocket of air around your legs so the cold never fully penetrates. A general truth comes to mind. Victorian women often combined errands with a type of physical activity considered both healthy and morally fortifying. Gentle walking was encouraged, particularly in winter when fresh air was believed to revitalise one's temperament and prevent sluggishness. The physicians of the era didn't fully grasp the science of the immune system as we do today, but their emphasis on fresh air was not entirely misguided. As you turn the corner onto the main thoroughfare, your breath clouds in front of you. A few other figures are walking as well. Women with shawls pulled up high, men with scarves tucked into dark coats, assistants carrying shopping baskets. A baker steps outside his shop to scatter a little flour onto the icy step, attempting to prevent accidental slips. You return his polite nod. Victorian social courtesy extended even to brief silent interactions. A nod confirms mutual presence. A nod acknowledges the shared chill of the morning. You continue walking, the reticule lightly swinging against your wrist. The list inside whispers like a quiet reminder of your objectives. Your breathing settles into a steady rhythm, guided by the corset, tempered by the cold air. Then comes the specific detail, a delightful peculiarity passed down through etiquette books. Some Victorians believed that starting errands by turning to the right instead of the left invited favourable outcomes. Entire neighbourhoods saw people carefully selecting their initial direction. You realise with faint amusement that you did turn right upon leaving the door. You pass the lamppost where frost has created delicate, fern-like designs. You step around a frozen pool reflecting the pale morning sun. You pull your shawl closer as a light gust of wind touches your cheek. The world outside feels crisp, orderly, and alive with the quiet sounds of winter. The errands await, shops to visit, provisions to acquire, a list to check off. With the same calm discipline that shaped every other part of your Victorian morning, your pace remains steady. Your breath forms soft clouds. And you walk onward, drawn into the necessary core of the day. You continue down the ice-dusted street, your breath rising steadily into the cold morning air as the neighbourhood slowly comes to life around you. The cadence of winter errands feels almost rhythmic, boots crunching on the stone, distant carriage wheels rumbling, faint voices briefly cutting through the chilled quiet. Victorians believed that the neatness of these morning outings reflected the neatness of one's thoughts. And you can feel that principle settling into your stride. Everything around you feels considered, composed, and intentional. Your initial stop is the provision shop. The small store is situated at the corner of the lane, its windows slightly fogged from the heat within. A thin layer of frost clings to the edges of the glass like a delicate border. As you draw near, the familiar chime of the tiny bell above the door reaches your ears, a bright sound amidst the winter stillness. When you step inside, a wave of warm, earthy aromas envelops you. Dried spices, fresh flour, preserved meats, fresh loaves cooling somewhere in the back. The grocer, a substantial man with slightly flushed cheeks, offers a polite nod. In Victorian society, it was polite to avoid starting a serious talk at once. People granted one another a brief interval to adjust. So you exchange a few friendly words, commenting on the morning's ice, the likelihood of later snow, or how scarce the flower stock is this season. Only then do you reach into your handbag to take out the list. He smooths his apron and starts collecting your purchases. A tiny tin holding lamp fuel, a freshly filled sack of flour, a small bunch of carrots for winter, and a roll of thread dyed a deep brown hue just right for your dress trim. As he walks with purpose among the shelves, you examine the shop with calm interest. Victorian provision shops were often small but tidy, every container precisely full, each jar cleanly labelled, and even the slightly worn floorboards. Speaking of generations of daily routines, a commonplace thought crosses your mind. Much of Victorian business relied on personal goodwill. Many homes maintained an account with their local merchants, settling their debt every week or month instead of each day. The connection was partly commerce, partly a neighbourhood bond. When the shopkeeper presents the lamp fuel, he records a brief note in his ledger, the quiet pulse of Victorian financial life. Then, as he folds the carrots into brown wrapping, you recall an unusual detail, one of those odd practices found in old journals. Some Victorian buyers insisted on gently tapping the top of a flour sack 3 times before leaving, believing it would cause the grain to settle favourably. Whether for fortune or just a comforting habit, it's a charming echo from the past. You do not tap yours, but the memory brings a small smile to your face. You pay for the thread and take your neatly wrapped bundles. The store's warmth remains on your shawl as you go back out into the sharp chill. The outside air feels even colder after the snug interior, and your breath once more forms pale vapours. Your next stop is just ahead, the postal station. You secure your hold on the bundles, your gloves gripping tightly, and continue down the road. The cold prompts you to walk faster, but the corset and crinoline demand a calmer pace. Every Victorian chore mixes practicality with dignity, motion governed not by haste, but by careful intention. The post office appears, a slim brick structure with a small brass slot and a fogged window pane. Inside, the area is warm, though less bright than the grocer's shop. The postmaster greets you with a respectful dip of his head. Victorian mail services were surprisingly fast, and sending notes was an essential way to maintain one's social connections. You reach into your handbag and pull out 2 letters, one with a neatly penned address for a faraway relative, the other for a seamstress who finished a design for you last month. The postmaster weighs them quickly, his fingers moving with trained skill. You place the correct coins on the counter and he stamps each envelope with a firm, satisfying strike. The letters vanish into the sorting tray, small fragments of your existence now carried into the larger Victorian web of coaches, clerks and train lines. As you exit the post office, you feel a calm sense of fulfillment. The bundles rest securely in your arm, the handbag hangs on your wrist, and the winter morning stretches before you like a pale, cold picture woven with soft sounds and a steady pace. 2 errands done, several still to go. But Victorian mornings were never focused on speed. They were about moving through the world with gentle meaning, shaping the day with a series of small, significant actions. And the most unusual chore of all awaits you just around the turn. You step back into the cold, the post office door closing behind you with a soft wooden clunk. The morning light has shifted, brighter now, yet still marked by the pale sharpness of winter. Your bundles rest firmly in your arm, their edges warming slightly against the wool of your shawl. Victorian mornings had a way of mixing the briskness of the outdoors with the calm order of a routine. And as you begin your walk again, you feel that familiar pace settle once more into your steps. A faint breeze starts, ruffling the lower edge of your dress. Your crinoline moves in a gentle, expected curve. The ice beneath your shoes crunches in steady arches, each step carving a small mark into the surface of the day. You tuck the handbag more securely around your wrist and continue down the path toward the next destination, one that Victorian homes rarely skipped. The butcher. The small store is tucked between a barrel maker's yard and a narrow alleyway where chimney cleaners often gather. Today the alley is empty, but a faint smell of ash lingers in the air, a reminder of the endless fires burning across the city in winter. You step inside the butcher shop, met by the sharp cold preserved within. Though colder than the street, the interior holds its own warmth of the familiar. The steady presence of the butcher, the neat arrangement of meat, the chalkboard listing the week's items. The butcher, a broad man with sleeves rolled neatly past his elbows, nods to you with the reserved courtesy Victorian traders had mastered. He wipes his hands on a clean cloth before coming to the counter. Victorians placed great value on actions like that. Clean hands before handling food, a tidy workspace, a calm demeanour. Cleanliness standards were not modern, but politeness filled many of the gaps. You present your small request, a modest piece of mutton and a bone for making stock. The butcher chooses the cuts with trained efficiency, wrapping them firmly in thick brown paper. His movements are quick, exact, almost graceful in their own way. You place a few coins on the counter and offer your thanks. He tucks the money into a small metal box and scribbles a quick mark in his account book. Another quiet entry in the endless record of Victorian life. A commonplace truth floats into your thoughts. Many Victorian homes relied heavily on broths and stews during the winter. They made ingredients last longer, provided warmth and kept families well nourished despite the season's limited produce. Bone broth simmering on a stove was as frequent in winter as the ice clinging to the window panes. But then comes the odd detail, the one Victorian homemakers shared among themselves with equal parts amusement and earnestness. Some believe that selecting meat earlier in the morning kept bad luck from the cooking pot. A strange idea, but you've arrived early and the superstition, however whimsical, feels quietly satisfied. Your bundles now increase. Grocer's items, mailed letters, the butcher's neat wrap, and you hold them with care. The weight is slight but symbolic, each bundle a strand in the pattern of your household's day. You step back onto the street. Now comes the most unusual chore of all. one not strictly required yet deeply integrated into the Victorian winter. The apothecary. Its wooden sign hangs 2 doors down, painted in dark green with delicate decorative lettering. A mortar and pestle symbol rests beneath the name. Simple, clear. When you push open the door, a wave of fragrances envelops you. Lavender, rosemary, chalk powder, menthol, and something faintly medicinal. The air feels warm, dry, and slightly powdery. The apothecary himself stands behind the counter, glasses perched low on his nose as he sorts small glass containers. He greets you politely and asks if you require a refill of any home remedies. You nod, requesting a small tin of winter lotion and a packet of peppermint drops. The lotion is for hands chapped by ice and daily tasks. The peppermint for easing the occasional fullness that follows rich winter meals. He moves with calm assurance, collecting the items, labelling them with thin lines of handwritten ink. Victorians trusted apothecaries deeply, not just for medicines, but for counsel that walked the line between science and superstition. As he wraps your purchases, you recall an unusual detail from old household journals. Some families believed that carrying a peppermint drop in one's handbag offered protection against ill winds. Not sickness in the modern sense, but the vague idea of bad spirits or unfortunate moods carried through cold air. It was a superstition you've always found oddly charming. You pay the apothecary, accept your bundles, and excuse yourself with a polite nod. Outside, the winter sunlight is even brighter, though no warmer. A gust of wind sweeps down the lane, tugging at the edge of your shawl. You grip it tightly, feeling the smooth wool slide beneath your gloves. Your arms are now full with the morning's work. Flour, oil, thread, carrots, mutton, lotion, drops. Each item a small proof of the steady pulse of Victorian life. Routine shaped by need, guided by ritual, softened by little quirks of belief. You take a moment on the corner to regain your breath. The corset holds your posture carefully, though the slight pressure makes each intake of air measured, controlled. People pass you with quiet nods, their forms wrapped against the cold. A horse-drawn wagon clatters by, leaving a faint trail of steam behind it. Your errands are almost finished. The final ritual of the morning awaits you at home, sorting the bundles, preparing the ingredients, and shifting into the calm, steady rhythm that carries the Victorian household. Toward midday, you begin your walk back. The ice shimmers, your form sways, and your breath forms small clouds, drifting gently behind you as you move. The walk home feels different now, slower, steadier, shaped by the weight of the bundles in your arms and the faint warmth they've gathered from the grocer's shop, the butcher's counter, and the apothecary's shelves. The cold presses more sharply against your face, yet the rhythm of your steps remains calm, unhurried. Victorian mornings rarely rushed. They unfolded like a quiet plait, one task woven into another until the whole day felt secured by intention. As your house comes into view, the neat entrance, the icy railings, the faint wisp of smoke from the chimney, you feel a familiar sense of relief settle across your shoulders. This doorway has become both boundary and sanctuary throughout the morning's rituals. You climb the steps carefully, boots crunching against the last patches of ice, and balance the bundles against your hip as you reach for the key inside your handbag. It slides smoothly into the lock. A soft click, a gentle push, and the warm stillness of home embraces you again. You close the door with your heel, letting the cold slip out like a final winter breath. At once, the softer scents of the house rise to meet you. The lingering coal smoke from the fireplace, the faint sweetness of baking bread, and the clean wool smell of your own shawl. Victorian households treated this moment, the return from chores, as a small ritual of its own. Not a grand homecoming, but a necessary pause in which the boundary between outer world and inner world is re-established. You move toward the hallway table and begin setting the bundles down one by one. The flour bag sits upright, its brown paper slightly creased from your grip. The carrots roll gently until your gloved hand stops them. The lamp oil bottle makes a soft, solid sound. The thread rests light as a feather, the butcher's wrap heavier, the apothecary tin cold and firm in your palm. You take a slow breath, feeling the corset press against your ribs in that familiar, narrowing hug. Even this breath feels like part of the ritual. Victorian posture shaped every gesture, every pause, every domestic movement. Now comes the sorting. Victorian households prided themselves on an almost ceremonial approach to placing items where they belonged. Nothing simply got tucked away. Everything had a proper spot, even the smallest spool of thread or peppermint drop. You begin with the flour. You brush the remaining ice from your gloves and lift the bag carefully. The kitchen is quiet except for the fire's low crackle. You set the flour inside the wooden bin marked for baking, smoothing the top of the bag as though tucking a child into bed. Flour was valuable in winter. Prices went up and down, supply routes tightened, and placing it with care signalled respect for the work behind it. Next, the carrots. You shake off the paper wrapping and place them in the pantry's cool corner. Their fresh scent is earthy, surprisingly sharp in the winter air. You roll them gently to spread them out. Victorian practice insisted on preventing moisture build-up to keep them from rotting. Then the thread. You carry it to the sewing basket in the morning room, returning it to the small velvet-lined section reserved for notions. The spool fits neatly, completing the quiet satisfaction of a well-organised part of the home. You return to the hallway. The lamp oil comes next, placed in the cabinet beneath the stairs, away from drafts. You pause to check the household lamps, lifting their glass covers to inspect the remaining oil. 2 will need refilling later. You make a mental note, the kind Victorian mistresses carried in their minds like tiny polished stones. Then your hand lifts the butcher's bundle. You unwrap it in the kitchen with careful fingers. The mutton goes into the cooler section of the pantry where the winter draft keeps it fresh. The bone for stock you place beside the pot intended for today's simmering stew. Winter broth, warm, sustaining, economical, will fill the house with comfort by late afternoon. Finally, the apothecary items. You set the peppermint drops in the small cabinet near the parlour, where they rest beside lavender salts and elderflower syrup. Remedies were stored like treasures, accessible, respected, often consulted through the winter. The winter lotion you place near the washstand upstairs, ready for chapped hands and cold mornings. When everything's put away, you pause, letting your gaze sweep the hallway once more. The bundles are gone, their shapes transformed into order. The rooms feel different now, fuller, more alive, as though the house itself has breathed in deeply. After your morning run of chores, a commonplace thought rises. Victorian households often perform this mid-morning sorting as a quiet centrepiece of domestic life, a moment that tied the outside world of supply and commerce to the pulse of home. Then the unusual detail comes softly to mind. Some Victorian diarists wrote that placing the flour first among the sorted items secured plenty for the week, whether true or not. You smile to yourself, remembering that you indeed began with the flour. You remove your shawl and drape it on the stand, shaking off the last traces of ice. Your gloves slip from your hands with a soft leather sound. The corset still holds your posture firm, but your body relaxes beneath its structured hug. The morning errands are behind you. The sorting is done, and the Victorian day now turns toward its next ritual, the quiet midday preparations that bridge morning discipline with afternoon steadiness. But before that shift arrives, there is one more pause, one more moment of breath. Because, reflecting on the morning, its steps, its silences, its rituals, was a quiet Victorian art of its own. You stand for a moment in the hallway, the soft hum of the house settling around you like a second shawl. The bundles are all sorted, the kitchen rests in quiet readiness, and the familiar rhythm of the Victorian morning has begun its gentle shift toward midday. Yet before you move into the next phase of the day, you feel the pull of one last morning ritual. Quiet, inward, reflective. Victorians understood something we often forget, that a well-ordered life required not only tasks, but pauses. You turn toward the staircase. Your boots tap softly as you climb, the crinolines swaying in a patient arc, brushing lightly against the polished banister. At the top of the stairs, the landing greets you with a cooler stillness. Morning light filters through the narrow window, illuminating specks of dust drifting like tiny lanterns. You move toward your writing desk, a small but steady companion to the day's inner life. The desk sits near the window, its surface cleared earlier during your morning routine. Everything rests exactly where it belongs, the quill trimmed neatly, the ink well capped, the blotting paper smooth and fresh. You lower yourself onto the wooden chair, lifting your skirt slightly so it settles gracefully across the seat. Victorians often used this quiet window of time after errands, before midday, to gather thoughts, review small domestic matters, or pen the brief notes that wove friendship, courtesy, and duty into the fabric of daily life. You open the drawer and withdraw the small leather-bound notebook dedicated to morning reflections. Not a diary exactly, those belong to late evenings, but a morning ledger of thoughts, reminders, and small recognitions. The pages carry neat, looping handwriting, each entry a fragment of days shaped much like this one. You uncap the inkwell and dip the quill. Your hand moves slowly at first, tracing the soft rhythm of your breath. The first words come easily, a summary of errands completed, the peculiar ice pattern you noticed on the windowsill earlier, the quick nod from the neighbour in the pale winter street. These details are not dramatic, but Victorians saw beauty in the ordinary, a sense that meaning lived in the spaces between tasks. A commonplace detail threads into your writing. Many Victorian households encouraged letter writing or note-taking as a method of ordering the mind, believing that thoughts left unorganised could weigh down the spirit. Whether or not the idea holds scientific truth, the calm it brings you now feels undeniable. You pause, letting the ink dry, and take a small breath against the corset's firm hug. The window pane beside you glows faintly with the last traces of ice. Somewhere downstairs, a floorboard creaks as a servant moves between rooms. The house is never entirely silent, but its sounds are gentle, familiar, grounding. You turn the page and write a second, quieter entry, reflections rather than lists. A moment about the grocer's friendliness, a moment about the apothecary's careful hands, a sentence about the peculiar superstition you remembered while handling the flour. These are the shapes of memory. Victorian mornings preserved not for grandeur, but for continuity. Ritual builds a life not through great events, but through the repetition of small, meaningful gestures. Then comes the unusual detail, one that drifts from the back of your mind like a curious whisper. Some Victorian women believed that writing down a single cheerful observation each morning invited brightness into the next day. You smile and add yours, a brief line about your breath drifting rightward on the frost, that old superstition of good fortune lingering long after the moment itself. You close the notebook gently. The quill is cleaned and returned to its rest, the ink well capped, the blotting paper replaced. Small rituals restoring small tools. When everything is tidy again, you rise from the chair, smoothing your gown from waist to hem. The corset lifts your posture, the petticoats settle in soft, concentric rings, and you feel the familiar, composed silhouette reassert itself. Now comes the final act of the morning, transitioning the home from its early rituals into the steady rhythm of midday. You carry the notebook back to the drawer, then move toward the bedroom for one last glance at your appearance before you return downstairs. Not vanity. Victorians considered it readiness. A tidy mistress meant a tidy household. Your reflection greets you, shawl draped neatly, hair pinned securely, gloves clean, posture steady. The morning has shaped you with its rituals, and now you are prepared to shape the rest of the day. You turn toward the staircase. The house waits, not rushing, not pressing, simply ready for the next quiet unfolding of Victorian life. And as you descend once more, you feel the calm weight of the morning settle into your chest like a warm ember. Soon, midday will call you into its rhythms, but the serenity of the morning, ordered, tended, reflected, will follow you like a gentle shadow. You descend the staircase with the same measured grace that has guided every movement since dawn, your hand gliding lightly along the polished banister. The morning rituals, washing, dressing, tending rooms, receiving a caller, completing errands, restoring order, have wrapped themselves around you like a quiet cocoon. Now, as the day edges toward midday, the final Victorian ritual of the morning begins, preparing the home, the heart, and yourself for the noon hour. Victorians believed that midday was a hinge in the day's rhythm, a moment when the morning's discipline connected to the afternoon's steadiness. For many households, it was the time when the home's emotional temperature settled, when everything softened from crisp morning tasks into the warmer, slower cadence of afternoon duties. You feel that transition beginning as your boots meet the bottom stair. The hallway is warmer now, the fires are fully awakened, and from the kitchen drifts a faint fragrance of simmering broth. You follow that scent. Your gown rustles softly as you cross the floor, a familiar music by now, the cotton, wool, flannel and crinoline all swaying in gentle conversation. When you step into the kitchen, the warmth envelops you immediately. It's not a luxurious warmth. Victorian homes rarely enjoyed that, but a modest, steady heat from the stove and hearth combined. The air carries faint traces of bay leaf, onion and the rich promise of the stock pot. Your servant stirs the pot with careful rhythm. She turns at the sound of your approach and offers a polite nod. You return it with equal softness, stepping closer to inspect the pot's contents. The mutton bone floats just beneath the surface, releasing flavour into the broth that will later form the base of the midday meal. Steam curls upward in pale ribbons, carrying the scent of comfort straight into your breath. Victorians took pride in these small, sustaining meals. Simple stews, warm breads, boiled vegetables. Midday was not a grand feast, but a nourishing pause. You lift the wooden spoon, taste a small sip of broth, and nod approvingly before adding a quiet suggestion about the carrots or herbs. These details matter. Victorian households ran on such careful moments. A commonplace truth surfaces. Midday dinner, not evening supper, formed the main meal for many families well into the late 19th century. It brought everyone together before the deeper chill of evening set in and allowed the home to settle into tranquil afternoon hours without the labour of a heavy night meal. You step back from the stove, letting the warmth brush across your cheeks. The room glows softly, as though the broth itself radiates comfort through the air. But the kitchen is only part of the midday ritual. You move toward the dining room. The table waits, modest but dignified, not set yet, but cleared from yesterday's late supper, its surface freshly polished, catching gleams of pale daylight. Victorian tables for midday meals offered quiet order rather than extravagance. Plain linens, simple china, polished flatware, and often a modest centrepiece of greenery or winter berries. You open the linen drawer and lift the tablecloth, smooth cotton with subtle embroidery along the edges. As you spread it across the table, it falls into place with satisfying precision. You straighten the corners, smoothing wrinkles with gentle strokes of your gloved hands. Next come the plates. White china, rimmed with a faint gold line. Not the fine set reserved for evening visitors, just the everyday elegance Victorians favoured. You place each one carefully, spacing them evenly around the table with a practised eye. The flatware follows, polished forks and knives laid parallel, handles aligned like disciplined sentinels. A small vase takes its place at the centre, filled with a sprig of holly and a few ivy leaves rescued earlier from the windowsill arrangement. Its simplicity feels perfectly Victorian. As you work, an unusual detail flickers into memory, one of those curious notes from household manuals. Some Victorian families considered arranging the dinner service clockwise. To generate calm, while moving in the opposite direction might provoke an anxious afternoon. You set the silverware and china, then realise without conscious effort that your movements followed a perfect clockwise path. The quiet old belief surfaces like a shared internal amusement. You step back to observe. The dining surface appears poised for the afternoon break, balanced, appealing, a source of contained warmth. The residence resonates with a soft underlying expectation, the soup simmering, the grate fire shining, the linens lying smooth and undisturbed. This represents the concluding formality of the Victorian morning, establishing the location where the hours will renew, where breath is steadied, where comfort accumulates. However, before the course can be presented, one remaining step must be taken, a deeply meaningful shift from the morning to the later day that was important to Victorians. You turn towards the ornamental clock. Its hands slowly move ahead, approaching the instant when the home will transition into its subsequent rhythm, and you move to meet it, ready to greet the day's turning. You traverse the dining chamber with careful, measured steps, the subtle sound of the fireplace crackle blending with the slight movement of your attire. The ornamental clock rests upon its distinguished spot, its brass face heated by the fire's luminosity. In many Victorian dwellings, this clock functioned beyond simple timekeeping. It served as the silent director of the household's pacing, marking the points where one customary act smoothly led into the next. You approach the object with a feeling of purpose. The clock keeps a steady rhythm, its pendulum swinging in an elegant arc behind the glass. The indicators drift toward the noon hour, their motion slow yet certain. You lift the small key from the mantelpiece and fit it into the mechanism. The clock offers a soft, pleasant resistance as you rotate the key, tightening the mechanism that keeps it functioning. Victorian timepieces needed regular winding, and families regarded this action like a centering breath, one that carefully connected time itself to the domestic setting. As you complete the winding, a quiet chime rings out, clear, subtle, a communication to the entire dwelling. Noon, the junction between morning and afternoon. The sound floats through the dining area like a ribbon of heat, reaching even the most secluded spaces. You watch the pendulum's motion for a moment more, allowing the steady swing to guide your own breathing. The stays hold your posture erect, moulding each intake of air with that recognizable Victorian precision. Yet the serenity that settles within your chest feels entirely your private experience. You turn from the clock and once more cross the dining chamber. The table waits, dressed with white cloth, polished dishware, and the modest green centerpiece. Everything faintly glistens in the winter light. You gently move a chair and recheck the positioning of each item, not because correction is needed, but because the act of observation becomes its own solemn tradition. Victorians understood that order arose not merely from organising a space, but from recognising it. From the kitchen, you hear the slight sounds of the attendant preparing to bring the afternoon service. The scent of the broth deepens, now richer with herbs and vegetables incorporated earlier. You return to the doorway and enter the kitchen, receiving the warm air that feels like a welcoming comfort. The stockpot simmers with quiet assurance, vapour curling upward in ethereal tendrils. You take a spoon and stir the contents slowly, watching carrots, onion pieces and traces of meat float in slow circles. The heat touches your face, easing the winter crispness. Still draped in your shawl, you sample one final taste and nod with satisfaction. The flavour is intense, comforting and balancing. A common understanding comes to mind. Victorian midday meals were purposely modest, designed to sustain without weighing the body down during the colder season. Clear soups, slow-cooked dishes, simple breads were the foundation of winter comfort. But alongside that common practice lingers a subtle, quiet belief threaded into winter habits. Some Victorian homes held that if the first serving of stew landed perfectly in the bowl without spilling, the rest of the afternoon would be free of minor household upsets. You ladle the broth gently into a porcelain service dish. The liquid settles into the bowl without a single overflow, another small piece of good fortune quietly carried into the day. You carefully lift the dish and proceed with it toward the dining room. The heat radiates through the china, even reaching your gloved hands as you place it on the table. The faintest drift of steam rises, softening the air above the room's centre. Midday has completely arrived now. The morning routines, the dressing, the mending, the social calls, the errands, the organising, the personal thoughts, have brought you to this point. The residence feels whole, its rhythm established, its space is cared for with purpose and focus. You take your seat at the head of the dining table. The corset maintains your posture perfectly. Your skirt settles in graceful folds around the chair. The fire glows comfortably in the corner. This is the calm centre of the Victorian day. Warmth gathered, structure confirmed, breath slowed. You close your eyes briefly, letting the peace settle deeper. Then you open them, meeting the gentle luminescence of the room with a steady, tranquil look. The Victorian morning is finished. You have moved through its disciplines with elegance, control, and a personal sense of composure. Now the afternoon awaits, its responsibilities slower, its atmosphere softer, its rhythm milder. But for this moment you allow the heat of the broth, the comfort of the fire, and the silence of the house to draw you completely into the present. The day has rotated, and you have rotated with it. You sit quietly at the dining table as the room softens around you. The fire gently crackles with a low, even rhythm, like the dwelling's own steady pulse, filling the air with a subtle heat. The vapour rising from the serving dish curls upward in unhurried spirals, gently disappearing into the pale light of the winter afternoon. With each slow breath, you feel the day's definition relax, the tension in your shoulders dissolving into serenity. The Victorian world around you grows quieter. Footsteps disappear, tasks pause. Even the outside cold seems to quieten, collecting into the faint light beyond the window pane. Everything now feels more deliberate, as if the world is settling into a deep, pleasant covering. You sense the weight of your morning routines drifting behind you, leaving only the soft memory of structure and care. You let your hands rest lightly in your lap. The textile of your clothing feels warm, a familiar grounding presence. The fragrances of soup and hearth combine into a calming comfort, encouraging your thoughts to move without haste. Every detail of the morning returns in gentle fragments. The ice on the floor, the quiet journey to the shops, the subtle rustle of material as you prepared the table. They float like slow falling snowflakes, each one settling peacefully in your mind. Nothing pressing requires your attention now. Nothing demands speed. You're simply present, breathing softly in a warm space, allowing the day to sustain you. You imagine the afternoon unfolding gradually, light receding, fire deepening, the house easing toward evening peace. You feel secure, protected, and unhurried. Let your mind drift. Let your shoulders drop. Let the warmth collect gently at your chest. The day is kind now, and you are kindly embraced within it.